It is officially time for NBA free agency. The Denver Nuggets, you are on the clock. 6 p.m. is 2 minutes away. And if you remember, NBA free agency is crazy. So literally in the next few minutes, we should see a lot of different moves. I'm excited to see what happens. Obviously, LeBron James. Yeah, LeBron James, man. No longer an LA Laker. Apparently, he told Rich Paul to open up the floodgates and see who is interested, see who wants to throw the money around, see who wants to make it work. Obviously, Denver would be a great fit. Minnesota would be a great fit. The Thunder would be a great fit. The Spurs would be a great fit. The Cavs would be a great fit. Everywhere would be a great fit. It just really depends on what LeBron wants to do. But we'll see. If Denver ends up getting him, obviously, he would be a excellent addition to the roster. Doing a lot of things that they need. Highly doubt that it happens, but obviously, Kawhi Leonard was just traded not too long ago. Like, insane trade for Kawhi Leonard. The Toronto Raptors all of a sudden are looking like they're going to be a possible Eastern Conference champion representative. This should be a lot of fun. Kawhi Leonard obviously won the title there in 2019, and they gave up a good bit in order to make it happen. Obviously, Kawhi Leonard goes for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, 1 pick swap, and 2 second-rounders. Reportedly, the picks are going to be anything that doesn't require them to go beyond 2030. So it was a really good deal. Works out, I think, for them. They got about a 3-year window. Kawhi is currently 35 years old, just turned 35 a couple of days ago. And we're going to find out if this is going to be something that helps elevate them into championship territory. But I'm excited to see what happens with him. Excited to see what happens with the rest of the team. This one is very interesting. Like I said, I don't know what LeBron James is going to end up doing. No idea. But from a fit standpoint, it makes complete sense, y'all. It makes complete sense. So we'll see. We'll find out. We're going to be monitoring everything right now. And so it is officially 6 p.m. We will see some of the deals that are apparently made behind the scenes that were not already agreed upon, that are now agreed upon. You know, we'll find out. Free agency is officially come. It is officially 6 p.m. Officially 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And let's see what's going to happen. Now, obviously, the big news with Denver is going to be surrounding Peyton Watson. What do the Denver Nuggets do about Peyton Watson? Are Peyton Watson and Denver able to work out some kind of agreement in order to get him back into the building? We're going to find out what's going to happen with Cam Johnson. Don't know if he's going to be traded here in the next hour or so, or Christian Brown or Aaron Gordon or Jamal Murray. Obviously, everything that's happening with the Jaylen Brown information and all that, we're going to find out very quickly if that's going to be something that's going to be substantiated or not. Reportedly, there are a lot. Shout out Mbappe. Mbappe just scored, by the way, not too long ago for France. Apparently, there is a lot of smoke between the two sides with Jaylen Brown and the Boston Celtics and LeBron, with just being open. But Jaylen Brown with the Denver Nuggets and the Boston Celtics potentially working out an agreement. We're going to find out here very quickly, very soon. Don't see anything that's kind of hit the wire yet. Keith Smith said that the Kawhi Leonard trade is already the 23rd agreed to executed trade of the 2026 offseason, which is just crazy. I think this is also where the CBA is, y'all. Like, everybody, I think, is trying to figure out the best way to build a roster and to work around the salary cap stuff that they're dealing with. Jake Shapiro famously notes the Nuggets haven't even signed DeAndre Jordan yet. Shake my head. And if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Was that the 2022 offseason, y'all, when they signed DeAndre Jordan and then they traded for KCP with Will Barton and Monte Morris, and then everybody was tripping after that 21-22 season, like, this is the best you're going to do. The Nuggets are cooked. Then they obviously get Bruce Brown in day 2, and that helps them win the championship that very next year. So, again, the small moves can be small, but obviously it doesn't change anything for the future. Let's see here. Nothing yet. The question is, y'all, what do you feel like would be the best move for Denver right now? I think everybody kind of understands that given the contract situation with Cam Johnson, with Christian Brown, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, you don't exactly know what is going to happen. And I think some of this is just like, the Nuggets kind of really kind of need to make adjustments to the roster. But something that moves them tangibly, I do think the JB trade would be really interesting. I've talked about this before, that Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon for Derek White, Jaylen Brown is something I think would benefit both teams. I think Jamal Murray and AG would be terrific in the Boston Celtics situation. But on the other side of this as well, JB and Derek White would raise the defensive ceiling an awful lot. So I do think that fits. They make sense. Again, we still don't have any reported news. We are 4 minutes into free agency, and what could be happening, which is what I'm sure is happening right now, is that teams are trying not to look like they were, cheating in the, pre-legality period that the NBA has said that this is the time that you need to be making adjustments, making trades. And so right now, a lot of teams are more than likely just trying to wait a little bit to say, hey, yeah, we were on the phone for like 5-6 minutes, right? That's the NBA, right? We're on the phone for 5-6 minutes, before the start of free agency. And, we just now in the last 5 minutes came to a 4-year, $80 million deal for a player, which is hilarious, obviously. Austin Reeves has already signed. Like, Norman Powell is going to get a deal, right, for $20-25 million over a 3-year period. And then, the LA Lakers or Memphis Grizzlies are going to be like, yeah, in 2 minutes, we were able to put together that deal. This is so funny. Yeah, we're going to keep staying here in limbo. There are a lot of free agents available. James Harden's going to re-up with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Austin Reeves returned to LA already. Go ahead and share the screen, you all, so you can kind of see what it is I'm looking at. There's a list of free agents that the NBA has provided already. Norman Powell, unrestricted. I'm really curious to see where he's going to end up. Obviously, he's a really good player. Averaged 21.7 points per game last year. Very good with Miami Heat All-Star. LeBron is not leaving, is leaving LA. He is not returning. He is going to be a free agent. I would love to have a 26-7 player on my team if I was an NBA team. So you tell me what I need to do. LeBron, what do you need in order to make it happen? Jalen Duren apparently has already received a contract offer from the Detroit Pistons, but he is currently seeking a sign and trade with the Sacramento Kings or with the LA Lakers because he is not happy with the number that he is getting. I would not be shocked, y'all, if the deal that Jalen Duren is currently looking at is the same thing as Alperen Sengun. Alperen Sengun is on a 3-year, $33 million a year deal. So I imagine that is probably something that he is looking at. And for him, he just made All-NBA. He feels that he is worth way more than that. But again, the playoffs are really important. How well your game fits in the playoff setting matters a lot. And the fact of the matter is this: he was getting outplayed by Paul Reed in the NBA playoffs. There's no question about it. So if that is the context of, who you are as a player, then you're not going to get the money that you believe you deserve. So he's looking for a sign and trade. But apparently Detroit Pistons have said, we're matching anything. And now I want to point out why that language is really important. If the Detroit Pistons are saying, hey, NBA teams, we're going to match anything you throw at Jalen Duren, what that really means is do not under any circumstance make an offer, because all you're going to do, we're going to tie up your offer sheet for 3 days. Because if you make an offer today, we're going to tie up that offer sheet today. We're going to make you wait the entire 3 days. So that way, when you do this, so, some of y'all play 2K. What happens is when you're an NBA team and you make an offer, you have a cap hold. So if you're offering Jalen Duren a 4-year, $120 million deal, which means you're getting 30 mil. Well, for Jalen, maybe a 4-year, 160, right? $40 million a year. you have a cap hold, meaning that you cannot exceed this amount of money because now you got to be able to allocate the rest of your roster. And so if you have a $40 million cap hold and you're making that offer and we're saying, cool, we have 3 days to match that offer. We know we're going to match it, but you're going to miss everything else. You're going to miss all the other free agents. You're going to miss all the other opportunities to re-sign Jaylen, and we're going to re-sign him anyway. So you're not going to get him, and we're going to make you wait, and him. And we're going to fill out the rest of our roster because we know now we have to pay him $40 million a year. Okay, we can pay this player 6 to 12. And we're going to work the rest of our roster and then also add this player 3 days later. The same thing with Austin Reeves 4 years ago when he signed that deal for 4 years, $48 million with the Lakers. The Lakers purposely slanted his market because they knew that if we play this correctly, which is we're going to match any offer you put out there, then if that's the case, you're not going to get anything that you want out of this, and your cap sheet is going to be completely taken up. So that's why I think he's going to end up going back to the Detroit Pistons. And going back to the Detroit Pistons, he's going to be on a discounted deal, unfortunately. You know, but again, you have an opportunity. Any idea why they didn't do this to Christian Brown? No idea. No idea. They wanted to get ahead of it and reward Christian Brown, but Christian Brown is not worth that money. Said that at the time. They could have done that right now, y'all. If they did that to Christian Brown right now, they could pay him $15-14 million a year for 4 years. He will be getting Nickeil Alexander-Walker money. And I think Nickeil Alexander-Walker is better than Christian Brown right now. He'll be getting $14 million a year. And then you can pay Peyton Watson 21, 22, 25, whatever the number is. So, yeah, they should have done that to CB. But they wanted to get ahead of it like they did for Porter, for Jokic, and for Jamal. But he is not Porter, Jokic, or Jamal. You know. It's really that simple. Look at the rest of the free agency tracker, you all. Zach LaVine did buy into his player option for $45 million to the Sacramento Kings. CJ McCollum is going back to the Atlanta Hawks. I believe $21 million for 1 year. Yep, $21 million for 1 year. Look at that. Look at that. W memory. Probably going to forget that one. He signed a 4-year deal. Trae Young did for $48 million a year, basically. What is that? 212? That's that's a good amount of money for Trae Young, but they felt that was the best thing for their team. $53 million a year, excuse me. $53 million a year for Trae Young with a player option. Yikes. Benedict Mathurin, restricted free agency. I don't know how much money he's going to get. As y'all know, I really like Benny, though. Benny's a really good player. I would make an offer sheet to Benny if I was another team. I don't know how much the Clippers are willing to pay him, but I'd be willing to pay him 20-something. He's a really good player. 6'5", 2-3 player, 17.5 points per game last year in total, 17 for the Clippers, and then 17.8 for the Indiana Pacers on about 30 minutes a game. Just 31.5% from three, 87 from the line, 43 from the field. If he can get back, to the year before, 37, that'd be great. I think he's going to be a really good player in the sport. He's a starting level player. Shout out to Benny. Again, some of the other free agents that are available. You have Kevin Porter Jr., who is on the way back to the Milwaukee Bucks. What was the deal that he just got? Kevin Porter Jr. Let me look. I forgot what that number is. Kevin Porter Jr. just got he picked up his player option for $5.39 million. Shoot, I think Kevin could have got more. He just obviously needs to keep his nose out of trouble and continue to do what he did. But I think there's a world where Kevin Porter, man, he could have made a good bit more money. France scored again. They did. The World Cup's been crazy, y'all. France really could win the whole thing. Let's see who else is here. Kobe White, great deal. What, 3 years, 74 million? Yeah. 3 years, 74 million for Kobe White. Just great player. Really, really good player. I think he's going to be awesome with them. Kristaps Porzingis, 2-year deal with 40 million. That's a great deal for him. Great deal for the Warriors. While they're also looking at Anthony Davis as a potential option, even though the Washington Wizards said they are probably not going to trade him, and they're also opening up an opportunity for LeBron James. Right now, if you look at all the sites, LeBron James is most likely to go to the Golden State Warriors on the sites. See if that ends up happening. Colin Sexton, unrestricted free agent, and this is absolutely a player I would love to have in Denver. 15 points a game, 48.5% from the field, 40% from three on 4 3-point attempts a game, 86% from the free throw line. Really good player. Imagine Colin Sexton as your backup your sixth man. Imagine him as your sixth man. Yeah. I think that would be a great position for Colin Sexton. I think he could be a really good player somewhere. No idea where he ends up. Denver doesn't have the money. They would have to make a trade to make that work, but yeah, I like that a lot. Andrew Wiggins is returning, and he has a 2-year extension for a 3-year extension rather for $64 million, which, hey, Peyton Watson, this new CBA, how would you feel about a 3-year, $64 million deal? You're not making as much as Christian Brown, but if it's up to the Nuggets would not, if they had to trade a player, if the Nuggets had to trade a player right now, based on the reporting from Mark Stein and Jeff Fisher, they would be more willing to trade Christian Brown and Cam Johnson than anything else. So if that's the case, $21 million for Peyton Watson. And then, from that point, we're looking at, what are you going to do about CB? And if you kept all 6 of them, CB's coming off the bench for me. Russell Westbrook, obviously unrestricted free agent, be a good backup ball handler. Vooch, can he be a backup big now? Is he ready to be a backup big? Vooch with Boston didn't do much, but you know what? Is he ready to be a backup big in this league? That's an 18-10 player of Chicago. You have both of the Nicolas on the roster? Is that an option? I know I want Al Horford last year, but that dream is dead. Is Vooch an option? Ayo Dosunmu, my long desired combo guard for Denver. 5-year, $112 million. Still less money than Christian Brown and a better player than Christian Brown, just for context. Now, again, this is where you get the Peyton Watson. The idea of Peyton Watson is very strong around the NBA. But again, if I'm the Denver Nuggets, the way this is going to play, I am matching anything you send. If you offer Peyton Watson in the first 3 days of free agency, I am tying up your cap sheet. If I am Josh Kroenke as the culture setter, John Wallace and Ben Tenzer, if you offer Peyton Watson money, you will not get him, and you're also going to have your cap sheet tied up for all 3 days. This is a very serious note that I'm sending out to the league. If you offer Peyton Watson $35 million, good luck, brother. That would be a massive overpay. I don't think people know how much $35 million is getting you in the NBA. $35 million currently right now in the 2026-27 season. You're Drew Holiday, Alperen Şengün, Damian Lillard, obviously, making 70, but the contract is split. Jalen Green, 36. Rudy Gobert, 36. Jalen Brunson, 37. Desmond Bane, 39. Aaron Gordon, 33. Mikal Bridges, 33. Julius Randle, 33. Tyler Hero, 33. DeJounte Murray, 32. Now, quickly and all that, maybe. But, like, that's where these are way more established players. So, if you tied up your cap, then sure. Joseph Washington, 53265 $5. Shout out to you. Do you think that they really want to keep Anthony Davis or typical hardball negotiations? It's probably a mix of both. It's probably a mix of both, brother. I think they want him. They would like to see what he looks like next to Sarr and AJ. But at the same time, if you give me a deal that blows us out of the water, cool. We would love your assets. But I do think they want to see what AD looks like next to Trae Young and Sarr and AJ and Keyshawn George and Bilal. You know, that's where Justin Champagny is over there. Sure. You know, we'll see. We still don't have any reported. No reports. Shams is on too busy on Sports Center talking about LeBron James. Like I said, once things start getting through, then I think the floodgates will open. But as of right now, everybody's worried about that tampering. Chris Haynes, Precious Achua did get a 2-year, $11.5 million deal from the Kings. Shout out to him. All right, go to the rest of this free agency list available. Like I said, Peyton Watson, good luck. Any other team you offer Peyton Watson, I'm taking your money. And I'm taking your time. I'm taking your tears. I'm taking it all. You're not getting them. Strong message to the league. I'm strong arming the NBA. Walker Kessler, restricted free agent. Good luck. 14 and 11 last year. Good luck. Elite rim protector. Good luck. Watching when he starts shooting threes. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, then the year before he was just 11 and 5, but like he's better than that. Or 11 and 12 rather. And then he was 14 and 10 and 11. So yeah, imagine a peak Walker Kessler, 21 or at 19 and 13. Elite defensive player, elite rebounder, good scorer, good finisher. Yeah, good luck. I'm giving him they might give him Şengün money. Anthony Simons, I already told Ryan that I would like Anthony Simons. Anthony Simons, I'm good with. Come be a backup guard here, Anthony. Come be a backup guard here, Anthony. You want to win? Want to play good basketball? Come here. Kelly Oubre, 3 years ago, I loved Kelly Oubre. Would have wanted him on the team. You know, if he could easily be a rotation wing, fine. But veteran minimum player. John Collins, no idea the deal you're going to get, brother. But you are a good player. But he probably goes back to the Clippers, unrestricted free agent. Tim Hardaway Jr., I would love to have him back in Denver. Second most three-pointers made in one season in Nuggets history, right behind Jamal Murray last year. We'd love to have him back. Quentin Grimes, unrestricted free agent. Tobias Harris, unrestricted free agent. Somebody's going to get these players. Again, maybe Detroit re-signs Tobias. Maybe Quentin Grimes back to the 76ers. Yeah, John Collins, Minnesota, possibly. Yep, Tim Hardaway Jr., Miami, possibly. Like I said, the Detroit Pistons, Marcus Spears, offered what they believe to be the most lucrative contract possible for Jalen Duren. Detroit is not interested in any sign and trade deals, and they will match any restricted offer sheet he signs. Just sign a shorter deal or just do qualifying offer. Shout out to my dog Koo, covers the Detroit Pistons. He said that Jake Fisher just said that Jaylen Brown wants to go to Boston. Mark Stein said the Pistons are being very aggressive. Expects a move by the end of the night. Michael Scotto, good little move. The Chicago Bulls will fully guarantee the $2.41 million of Leonard Miller. Yeah, he's a good player. What's happening? I missed something. All right, per John Krasinski from Minnesota Timberwolves, Bones Highland has agreed to return to the Minnesota Timberwolves next year. Sources tell The Athletic. Highland established himself as a rotation player, teaming with Ayo Dosunmu in the Twin Turbos backcourt. So Bones Highland is going back to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Usman Shang, that you said, has agreed to a 3-year, $17.5 million deal to return to the Bucks. 17.5. DeAndre getting another deal? Is that what I'm seeing? Shout out Chris Haynes. DeAndre Jordan re-signing with the New Orleans Pelicans will be his 19th season. Yeah, man. Shout out to him, man. More DJ veteran minutes in the NBA. Still a really good player. Still a really productive player. I'm curious what's going to happen with Brandon Williams. He's a good player to me. Very curious to see what happens with this guy. What's up with the NBA.com website? How do you not have Brandon Williams info? Whatever. Yeah, G.D. Jackson retained. DeAndre Ayton player option retained. DeAnthony Melton did decline his player option, so that would be curious. Shams getting smoked by Chris Haynes. Free agent DeAndre Jordan agreed to a deal to the New Orleans Pelicans. A little too slow, brother. What do y'all think the biggest move is going to be here soon? I have no idea. I think the Tobias might go back, y'all. I wish there was an auto scroll on Twitter that would just automatically scroll, automatically send you the updates. Yeah, minimum contract for Bones Highland. Ooh, this is a good one. Do I think Jonathan Isaac gets a contract? Yeah, I'm definitely taking like a 1 year, $5.5 million flyer on Jonathan Isaac if I'm a team. Absolutely. Yeah, 1 year, 6.5, 5.5. Dennis is making a good bit of money, y'all. I think he's making $13 million a year right now. Let's check. Yeah, Dennis is making $14.8 million this year, and then 15.5 the next year, like both guaranteed. That's a lot of money. Now he is good though. Dugiet, the Nuggets did try to trade up in the draft, my friend. Just they wanted to get Phylon, I believe, but it's really hard to just make that move with no assets. If they had the assets, I think they would have did it. Y'all, 1,739 people watching live. Make sure y'all go to the YouTube page and like, share, and subscribe, please. Please subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to get to 20,000 subscribers here very quickly. Anime is cool. 97, $5. Swipa. Now that the Wizards have made it clear they won't trade Anthony Davis, what should the Warriors do? I think they should get Braun and get Clay back. Yeah, LeBron, yes. I think LeBron, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Kristaps Porzingis. I like that. With Podziemski, Moses Moody, whenever he comes back from the injury. Yeah, I mean, I think that could work. Let me see. Warriors. What would their depth chart look like? Al Horford, obviously, is on the roster. Pat Spencer, Gary Payton Jr., Yaxel Lindenberg. That's right. Santos. So Steph, Brandon Podziemski, LeBron James, Draymond Green, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford, Yaxel, Gary Payton, Santos, Pat Spencer, Will Richard. It's not terrible. It's not horrible. I don't know how they get Clay back though. They don't have any of those in between contracts, I don't think. So Draymond's going to get a re-signed to another deal. Braun's going to get a deal. Kristaps has money. Steph is making like the most money in the league. Gary's not making a lot of money. Yeah, I don't know what money they'd be able to throw around or to be able to trade. Yeah, I said this just 2 minutes ago. I Walsh 9960. Yeah, Jonathan Isaac for me would be absolute flyer for like $5.5 million a year. That way you can entice him. Maybe $6 million, so you can entice him to get there. But on the other side of that, like if he's healthy, could be a best defender. All right, Tim Hardaway Jr. to the Miami Heat. We have our first big move. Wow, that sucks. But good for the Heat. That sucks. That sucks. Tim Hardaway Jr. Let me share this for y'all. My bad. Tim Hardaway Jr., Chris Haynes, free agent sharpshooter Tim Hardaway Jr. will be signing with the Miami Heat to provide the organization with spacing needed for Giannis Antetokounmpo. League sources tell me. Bye, Tim. Yeah, it's a good move for Miami. 200 plus threes made last year with the Denver Nuggets. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. The memories. away. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. Bye, Tim Hardaway Jr. Happy for you, man. You want to talk about rebuilding your resume? I don't think he needed to rebuild it. He did not need to rebuild it, but apparently the league said that guy's not a good player. League minimum. And he made 200 plus threes this last year. So he is next to especially maybe the best three-point generator in the NBA, and Giannis Antetokounmpo with Bam. Andrew Wiggins, yep, good move. He gonna shoot your eye out. Tim Hardaway's gone. Did Mbappe score again, y'all? He scored again? Brother, is he taking over the planet? Who's been two best players in the World Cup? Been Messi and Mbappe right now? My gosh. Mr. Ewan Roy, $5. Thank you, Tim. You'll always be a nugget. 2027 will be the year of Julian Strother. Yeah, hopefully. Yeeks. That sucks. I know everybody was hoping Tim Hardaway Jr. was going to come back, man. Yeah, they did get a steal. Hardaway was going crazy for Denver last year, bro. Brooklyn game, the OKC game. Yeah, that OKC game, he made like what? How many threes did he make? 7 threes in that game? That Minnesota game, that was the one with Jamal Murray. I think him and Jamal Murray had 39 points in the third quarter combined. Yeah, that might have been the game. That might have been the quarter of the year for Tim Hardaway Jr. We got a Wolves fan in here. DJM 2196. Now give my Wolves AG. We need a 4. We'll give the Nuggets Jaden McDaniels. We need a 3. That's about the value that you're gonna have to pay to get Aaron Gordon, brother. And y'all over there pretending that Jaden McDaniels is whatever. Aaron Gordon better than Jaden McDaniels. So you're gonna give it Jaden in what? Jaden in what? Better answer that question. Because y'all think Jaden's untouchable. I can tell you right now. No, they ain't. Yeah, man. Yeah, Jay did that. $5. Where do you think Kaysen ends up, and what kind of contract does he command? Good question. Kaysen Wallace, he probably still ends up with the Thunder, but if I'm Kaysen, I'm looking at the deal that Alex Caruso got. Like, I'm not making less than. I feel like I'm just as good as Alex, and I'm young. I'm going to. What is he going in year 4? Yeah, if I'm Kaysen, I'm getting $22 million a year. Now, if I'm OKC, I'm like, hey, brother, Lou Dort just made 18, 19. We're all comfortable with that. But if I'm Kaysen, I want the money. Give me good money. Yeah, if I'm Kaysen Wallace, I want a 4-year. I want a 4-year, $88 million deal. About that, 4 years, 88. I think that'd be fair for both sides. Yep. That'd be fair for both sides. Yep. That Hardaway deal, 6.6.5 mil. Yeah, that Tim Hardaway Jr. $6.5 million. The Nuggets couldn't pay that. That's all it would have took. That's all it would have took. 6.5. If Zeke Naji's making $7 million, Zeke Naji is on this roster making $7 million a year. Zeke Naji is currently locked in right here, ladies and gents. Zeke Naji is making $7.46 million this next year. Tim Hardaway Jr. is not making that money and has a player option for $7.46 the next year. Isn't that crazy? Look at this. Isn't this crazy? He's making the same. Now, Jett Howard's not been great either. But look at the player. Derek Lively, Goga, Donovan Clingan, rookie contract. Derek Riley, rookie contract. He's making 7.4 to be on the bench. Doesn't make sense. Tying up the cap sheet. Christian Brown making $25 million. Tying up the cap sheet. I'm going to show y'all this. This is the Nuggets' current cap sheet. Again, it's not crazy, but Jonas Valanciunas is absolutely that's about to be gone. That $10 million about to be gone. Christian Brown, $21 million this year. $28 million in year 5. Maybe he's worth it by here. If he's worth it by here, cool, steal. Zeke Naji, 7.46. Jonas will be gone. Christian, 21. So you got $29 million between these two players that you didn't need to pay. Didn't need to do it. If this right here was like, hey, $4 million, $17 million, you know what? $7 million in space matters a lot. And now it's like, hey, $17 million. You know what? It's great. I can live with that. Now you got this 23, 33, 50, 59. Again, the Nuggets cap sheet isn't crazy. But then obviously you got these extensions and, the rookie extensions and all that kind of stuff. Jalen Pickett, this got rescinded. So he is not going to be on the team next year. Jalen Pickett's gone. So take that 2.4 off. Now they got to make some decisions on Deron Holmes, which I imagine they will. If they don't retain Deron Holmes, 2,200 people watching live right now. So you spend 3 second-round pick. There's no way they're going to retain Deron Holmes. The NBA will hold the NBA Cup championship game at Butler Hinkle Fieldhouse on December 11th. Thanks, champs. The Nuggets are paying. Let me get this exact number. 7.46. Let me just type this in. I can do the basic math, but let me make sure I get all the details. 7.46667 plus 21,551,726. The Denver Nuggets are paying. I got this. The Denver Nuggets this year combined. The Denver Nuggets are paying Christian Brown and Zeke Naji combined $29,108,393 this upcoming season. Why? For what? For why? These two combined, again, you just didn't need to do it. That's the thing that frustrates me. These two combined, Christian Brown and Zeke Naji, $29,108,393 combined. You didn't need to do it. If that was $7 million less, that would make a significant difference in the cap sheet. Share this thread. Chris Haynes says LeBron James will be patient and open-minded in selecting his next destination, but the priority is having a realistic chance at competing for a championship. He remains committed to playing at the highest level. What? Come here. Where's your ball? My dog is like feel like he's been ignored all day. You know, if anybody has a dog, I've already taken him out multiple times today, by the way. And then I'm going to take him out later tonight. Me and my dog go on like night walks because it's super hot in Atlanta. We go on night walks at like super late so he can get out and just be outside and not have to deal with the heat. And we're out there, y'all, for a while, like an hour. And it's just him. There's no other dogs out. But it's like, I can't wait that long. Mbappe closing in on the record, 18 goals. Sheesh, bro. Shout out to Trevon Brazil, by the way, was in Nuggets facility dunking the ball today. Glad to see that. You ask me, 2,300 people watching this live, 2,370. I would love to see LeBron James in Denver. I don't really care. For some reason, people have an animus towards LeBron. I don't feel that way at all. Y'all, people are weird about LeBron. I would love LeBron in this city, playing next to Jokic and everybody else. Come on now. What y'all drinking right now? What's your drink of choice while you're waiting on free agency? Y'all know me. This lasts me a while. This is a huge bottle. 16.9 floor ounces. So this is like when you go to a bar and they make your drinks. This is like the kind of drink they use. It's a big bottle. This one takes me a while to finish, but I love me some ginger beer, y'all. 1942. Tequila, lemon water. You're drinking tequila. What time is it? Raksha. What time is it? Pre-workout, going to the gym. Love that. It's right here for me. I went to the gym. I did 3 miles early today at like 7:15 a.m. I feel like a runner now. Like 3 miles this morning, and then I went to the gym right before the draft. You lying, BC, about to drink a fifth of Jack out of this lame ad Nugget team. Tripping. Y'all tripping. Did nice little upper body chest workout too. Polar lime bubble water. What is that? Yeah, I saw the Duran news. Did something else happen that I missed? I did legs and just stairs for half hour, sweating like a slave. It's crazy. Yeah, I will tell you, that lady that's going by kind of viral right now on Twitter doing the running up the Stairmaster. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna see how long I can do a sprint up the Stairmaster. Maybe a few minutes. You're drinking a single malt Scotch. What time is it? I guess it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I keep for it's late. It's almost 7 p.m. So yeah, drinking a malt. It's not bad. It's not bad at this time. You could do a sign and trade here. Technically. I'm telling y'all, if you hold up your cap sheet for Peyton Watson, I'm cooking you. 23.48. Oh, so yeah, 11. What is that? 11:48. 12:48 a.m. All right, enjoy y'all. No, Benjamin. I remember y'all did the Stairmaster for 6 straight months. I was doing a Stairmaster at 10 every day, 20 minutes a day for 6 straight months. Level 8 and level 10, 6 days a week for 6 straight months, and then I switched to running. So no, I was on the Stairmaster constantly. Do we have any more updates? Jake Fisher just said, per Khalil, shout out to my dog Locked On Detroit Pistons. Jake Fisher just said he thought for a minute that Tobias would go back to Detroit, but now he's hearing Tobias has a ton of interest from multiple teams. The Lakers, he would be a great fit on the Lakers. People think Tobias is trash. He's just not. He's a good player. We are 42 people away from 2,500 people watching the stream live. Shout out to you all. Yeah, we're not getting a lot of love, but like I said, I told y'all early in the show, people are trying to avoid that tampering. They do not want to see that tampering. Funny story. Funny story. Yeah, this is already out there a little bit. Do y'all realize Jokic and LeBron, they're Rich Paul and Jokic's agent, they actually have a really good relationship? Misko Rostovich? Is it Rostovich? Misko? Yeah, Misko and Rich Paul have a good relationship. Don't know if y'all knew that. Would love to see that happen. Menace. All right. Menace. Who's getting LeBron then? Who gonna get him? Since it's not Denver. Why not Denver? You got the best player in the world. Yeah, I saw this. Obsessions is a crazy movie. It's a crazy movie. $750 budget, by the way. Crazy. Golden State. Cool. Golden State. So they're gonna go there and be the old man team and win what? Win what? He said he wants to compete at the highest level. Win what? Win what? What he gonna win? Yep, they was on a yacht. They was on a yacht. They was on a yacht. He gonna win our hearts. Geriatric felt. Look at that. Geriatric farewell tour. That's exactly what it would be. Talking about want to win, you go to the Warriors. Cool. Shout out to my dog again. Says that by Friday, if there's no resolution with Detroit from Jake Fisher, he thinks things will be interesting. He emphasizes that the two sides are very far apart. Yeah, let me make sure I get that. I'm telling y'all, I'm really believe that right now. Jalen Duren is looking at Alperen Şengün money, and he's like, "Bro, no, I'm better than Alpi." And they're like, "You're not better than Alpi. You're on the same tier as Alpi." Get that exact contract details. And Alpi also got outplayed last year in the playoff pretty bad. Oh yeah, John Jablonka did not want Tim Hardaway Jr. That's right. That is right. That is hilarious. He said he'd be a Celtics fan if they get Tim Hardaway Jr. Ah. What if LeBron finally goes to Philly? Brother, I think that Clippers propaganda might be folded for this year, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Ain't looking great. LeBron to the Pelicans. Crazy. I'm telling y'all, bro, don't do it, Peyton Watson. Like, not you, but offer Peyton Watson a cap sheet right now, y'all. Y'all tying up your books for the rest of the rest of mankind. You'll never see the light of day. You'll never see the light of day. By the way, that reporter that said about Bosnia, USA, Bosnia don't want it. I can't find Bosnia on a map is insane, dog. I mean, she was trying to make a joke, but goodness gracious, bro. Like, just do any research, world history at all. Wow. Jake Fisher. Here we go from about the Kawhi Leonard deal. We got compensation reports. Let me go ahead and share this with y'all. Just drop. Total compensation and draft picks for Kawhi Leonard are in per sources. Brandon Ingram, Dick, 2031 and 2033 unprotected first round picks, 2030 and 2033 second round picks, and a 2027 first round swap. Yeah. Jeez, where's Penn? Does Penn know this is happening?
Reasonable option for Denver. I think either him
Watch this, y'all. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Ryan's over here yapping on his channel, per usual, on the MHS channel. Watch this. Let me share this. See Ryan over here yapping? Watch this. Watch this. Brian acting like he doesn't see his phone. Yeah. Hello. I see you're on a stream. Are you being Mr. Debbie Downer over there?
I'm talking about what's actually happening.
Okay. What do you think Denver's going to do?
I mean, I said I thought that they would trade Cam Johnson and then try to do a salary dump of sorts. I think that they'll probably explore ideas for Jamal Murray, and if that's something that they want to do in terms of reducing their luxury tax bill. But like outside of that, like they're just trying to create space for Peyton Watson, man. That's what I would expect. What about you?
Well, I'm currently debating whether or not they're going to. Well, I said this very, very directly that I think they're going to get an offer sheet from Payton Watson. But what's going to happen is if a team offers him today, then they're going to tie up that cap sheet for 3 days, and basically you're going to have a 28, 30, $25 million hold on your cap sheet for a 3-day period. So you're going to miss all of your free agents and everything. I'm sending out a mafia level warning to the NBA that if you offer him a contract, you will wait all 3 days and we will still get Peyton Watson. So I'm going to suppress that market the same way the Lakers did for Austin Reeves. I'm telling everybody, I'm taking him. So if it's $30 million, I'm taking him. If it's 31, I'm taking him. If it's 25, I'm taking him. If it's 26, whatever, I'm taking him. And that way, chat, you lock up their sheet for 3 days and you can't make any moves with that $27 million that you've allocated. And now you're cooked. And I got you by the BALLS.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly reasonable. And if you're the Lakers, if you're the Clippers, if you're the Chicago Bulls, or whoever, like it could even be the Celtics, if I'm being honest. Like there's plenty of teams that could decide that they want to tie up their cap space in that way, but it's definitely a risk. It's definitely a risk for us. So, I mean, if you're the Nuggets, are you able to kind of wave people off in that situation? Are you able to dissuade them from trying to tie up their cap space? And as a result, if more and more teams go away that are willing to pay Peyton Watson and he has fewer and fewer suitors, that number just might come down.
What would you do about the LeBron situation? Would you be willing to do a sign and trade for him?
Well, if you do a sign and trade, you got to get under the first apron to do it. So like it would cause a whole heck of a lot of fuss. Like if you're Denver, you probably have to sign and trade Aaron Gordon in that situation. You probably have to even move off of Cam Johnson as well. And yeah, you could probably afford Murray, Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, LeBron James, Nikola Jokic, and that's an interesting team, to be clear. That would be fun. It would be very fun to cover that kind of team. Are they better? Are they a better team? They would certainly be a little bit more clean in terms of their salary cap sheet at that point going forward, but not sure it's a fun situation to be. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to look at it. I think it's important that they at least evaluate it. I do think I mentioned that LeBron's agent, Rich Paul, obviously, and then what's the name of Jokic's agent again? What's his name, bro?
Misko Razmatovic.
Yeah, Razmatovic. That in that situation, they already have a relationship. I'd be willing to look at that and explore it. But yeah, man, I think LeBron would be terrific on this team. Obviously, I think that would add a lot of stuff. Like whatever LeBron that Jokic was looking for in Russell Westbrook, he would get that 20-fold in LeBron. So I think that kind of fits already what he's looking for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, number one, I'm locking up Peyton. You're not touching him. Number two, yeah. We're doing what we can to get off of Christian Brown. I said on Twitter earlier when Jeff Morton said what he said about the cap sheet and all that They have $29 million wrapped up in Zeke Naji and Christian Brown right now. Like Zeke's making $7.46 million right now, which is just incredible. And he has a player option next year. Like, like that has to go as soon as possible.
Yeah. I mean, look, you're not breaking news to me. It was something that they've got to deal with. I'm looking at the cap sheet now. They'll probably waive Jonas Valanciunas, but they're not going to do it for another week or so because they've got that deadline. They'll try to figure out some stuff. They've got I've penciled in Trevon Brazil as a full-time and Bryce Hopkins as a two-way. So they've got technically right now 5 spots that are about 5 spots that they could create. But then if they waive Jonas Valanciunas, they've got 6 spots that they've got to figure out. So I kind of think it makes sense logically for them to trade Murray or Gordon or Johnson and break that up into multiple guys. It just does, just from a structural standpoint for their team. And especially if they're going to bring back Payton to be a starter. I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. But I do think that, it's a little bit underwhelming, man. Are you surprised that we just haven't seen any deals?
No, I said as soon as the first 4 minutes passed that I think teams are trying to avoid the penalties for tampering. And so they're trying to make it seem like, hey, Case and Wallace, you had a 4-year deal for $80 million. We just did that in the last 6 minutes. You know what I mean? Like we weren't planning that 7 days ago. So I do think that's a big issue because if people are just not wanting to lose picks and then get hit with penalties because the CBA is already fierce enough.
Yeah, and given that they're throwing around those penalties a little bit more consistently, it does make sense. It's just boring as hell. Like, bring back tampering. Come on, let's everybody knows that it's.
Of course, Ryan's pro cheating, by the way.
Yeah, I am very much am. That's me. That's me.
Ryan, what are all these spreadsheets and stuff you have over there? That's your audience. You're boring them to death with all those colors and numbers and all that.
The only way that they can be entertained at this point is my spreadsheets because there ain't any news to talk about. So,
well, I tell you what, Shams needs to spread open some news. That's what he needs to do because we're over here just bored hearing about Tim Hardaway Jr. obviously $6.5 million. I said if I was Jonathan Isaac, that's exactly what I would pay him for a flyer, $6.5 million.
It makes sense. Are you surprised? I mean, I'm not surprised that Tim went to Miami. Denver couldn't pay him. They couldn't pay him that money. They literally just didn't have
they could have paid him if they didn't have.
They could not. They didn't have the bird right.
They could have if they didn't have so much money tied up into non-players or bloated contracts, which is Jeff Morton's whole position. You know what I mean? So.
Kind of here's the thing. They would have had to use one of their exceptions in order to pay him at that point. They couldn't get anybody else to keep him around. So in terms of bloated contracts, if Christian makes 17 million instead of 21 million in this upcoming year, and if Zeke Naji made a minimum contract instead, it's actually they still wouldn't have that much flexibility. They'd still have to trade Cam Johnson in order to do it.
Sure, Ryan Blackburn. I appreciate your insights on this topic, man. I hope you continue to have a good stream and that people continue to enjoy all the colors and graphs and stuff that you're providing for them.
Is there? I mean, that's me. Who likes to look at a chart when we're having a hoop combo, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's why Kevin Durant would never be in your DMs. Shout out to you, bro. Keep doing the good work, man. I'll talk to you soon, bro.
Oh, good. Hey, appreciate you. See you.
Ryan Blackburn, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Blackburn, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Yeah, y'all. I'm genuinely curious what they're gonna do now. We've been on this stream for an hour and 9 minutes, and we have gotten minimal news. Minimal news. There's an Ocean's 11 new one coming out. Shout out to them. Shay is coming. Dark Kate. Shout out to Kate B. Doll, one of my Canadian friends on here. Shay is coming home in 2030. Don't worry, Raptors fans. What if Shay did go back to Toronto for Canada? That'd be insane. I doubt it. Yeah, like I said, y'all. If I'm the Nuggets, Peyton Watson, it's just not happening. good luck. I'm making that extremely clear that you will put yourself in cap heck. And Peyton Watson with Aaron Gordon, and I don't know if that trip is happening right now or it just happened, but he's just with Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. and Russell Westbrook, I think in Paris. So like, yeah, I mean, I know where he will be. I can tell you that much. The Nuggets should be. So did free agency start right now or just starting at 12 a.m.? Friends and family, free agency started at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the United States of America. So 2,834 people watching this live. You are in the middle of free agency right now. We've been here for over an hour. There's not a lot of moves right now so far because of the tampering period and because of where the finances and stuff are right now. Everybody is being super careful. Yeah, I'm literally scouring the internet on your behalf and not seeing anything. It's crazy. But it's about the friends that we made along the way, right? I don't know what's going to drop first. Like, I almost want to wait here at least until 8 o'clock and then be like, look, we did 2 hours to see what was going to happen. But then right now it's nothing. Yeah, man. Like I said, y'all, the Clippers getting like that many picks is that 2033 unprotected from the Raptors is pretty insane. Remember last year, y'all? Remember I was in Chicago on the riverboat, the river taxi, and then I reported the Tim Hardaway Jr. signing. Like that was like the last day of free agency, and they got him for a vet min, and everybody was freaking out. We were freaking out because we were like, Tim Hardaway Jr. is really good. How in the world did he go for $3 million? The Clippers' future draft picks. Ooh, nice little breakdown from Hoops Height. So 2027, they have the worst of the picks between Denver, 6 to 30. So Denver has a protected first from 1 to 5. Denver, the Clippers, and OKC. The Clippers have the best pick between the Clippers and Toronto in 2027. 2029, they have the first round pick from Indiana. 2029, they have their own pick if it's top 3, and then if it's 4 to 30, it's the worst between the Clippers and Philly. Then 2000, and that was a Harden trade. Then 2030, they have their own pick. 2031, they have their own pick. 2031, they have Toronto's pick. 2032, they have their own pick. 2033, their own pick. And 2033, the Toronto pick. So they went from the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander disaster class to that's a nice situation. That's a good situation to be in. And now you have assets, you have flexibility, you got some young talent on the roster as well. I mean, all in all, I like what they're doing. Those are very smart moves. I mean, drafting the right players is always going to be the question, right? That's the hardest part of the business is like knowing the guys. Now, for me, that was Darius Acuff, and it was insane that so many people were just so willing to pass on Darius Acuff. And by so willing, I mean like 2 people. It's wild. It couldn't be me. Not Acuff. Keaton, any of them. None of them. Yeah, he went to the Kings, but you know what? I got over it. I believe it's going to work out in the end, right? Has to, right? Has to work out. It has to work out. Can't be all bad for the Sacramento Kings all the time. I have 13,000 steps so far. I might be able to get more today. I got 20,000 steps, by the way, y'all, yesterday, which is a lot for me. I usually get at like workout time and burn calories. I'm always in like the thousands burned in, over 12, 13 hours standing, 60 plus minutes we're training. But 20,000 steps is a lot of steps. I saw somebody do a challenge on Instagram the other day where they did 50,000 steps in one day. That'd be fun to do. That'd be fun to try that. You know why we're having this discussion? Because there's nothing happening in free agency.
The leading Democratic candidate for president. I mean,
Yep. $2,033 unprotected. That Clippers deal is kind of nuts, y'all. Yeah, this is a big year for Julian Strawther. I can tell you that. That's 9 miles. It is a lot of walking. That's a lot of walking for 50,000 steps. But I do think it's a challenge that would be kind of fun. But yeah, if you're a Raptors fan, you should still be very happy with the Kawhi Leonard trade, y'all. You get a top 5 player last year, I thought. But yeah, that 33 first round pick could be diabolical. Because you got to remember, y'all, Kawhi's 35 right now. And I mean, that's 7 years from now, 7 draft picks. So Kawhi's going to be 42. 42. I'll be 43, 42 by that point. Like, that's a long time. I ain't that long, but it's a long time. The hard part about doing this show is like, I hope not. As soon as I get off, is like, The Nuggets trade for Jaylen Brown. Got to fire right back up. Hmm. $2,936 people watching live right now. Like I said, I wouldn't say free agency's been boring, but it's like everyone's trying to stay out of trouble. Shoot, LeBron and Jokic should be crazy, y'all. That passing would be insane. The offense would be insane. Shoot, LeBron with even defensively, when he does lock in next to AG and them, great. As Adam Modis said, though, if he would have came here in 2018, the Nuggets would have won more than one championship. And so would LeBron. I tell you that much. Let's see how y'all feel about this Miami Heat rotation right here. Yeah, 20,000 steps is a lot to do every day at work. I've just never been like that's. I mean, the type of workouts I do is just not typically, my bag. 20,000 steps is 8 to 10 miles. Yeah. So this is the Miami Heat rotation now. Davion Mitchell, point guard. Andrew Wiggins, Pele Larson, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Bam Adebayo, Drew Smith, Tim Hardaway Jr., Simone Fontecchio, Jovic, Bobby Portis. Yeah, that team is okay. Interesting. They have some guys. Tim Hardaway, Jovic, and Bobby Portis off the bench. Okay. Yep. Davion, really good defender. Wiggins, good defender. Larson, we'll see what he continues to grow into. Good passer. Giannis, great passer, scorer, defender. Bam, great passer, great defender, good scorer. Second most points in a game in NBA history, by the way. 83 points, in case you missed that last year from Bam Adebayo. Yeah, I mean, that's a good team. It's not elite, but it is a good team. Yeah, and I think Matt, Ryan, and I will be doing a show tonight as well. So, this isn't the only content you're going to get from me all day. Somebody said that top 5 defense, top 15 offense, if Giannis is healthy, concerning the Miami Heat new roster. I do love that, like, all the NFL teams and college football teams, have y'all seen this? They're all doing this with LeBron, trying to get him to come play football. I think that's hilarious. It's like been an open bid so far. Who's the backup guard and backup C for Denver going to be next year? I mean, pipe dream, it would be Anthony Simons to be the backup guard next year. That's been my pipe dream. Doubt that it happens, though. Backup center? Shoot. Have you heard of Trevon Brazil and Deron Holmes? That's probably what's going to be. Yeah, Marcus Smart is available. Marcus Smart is available. I don't know how they would get him though. I mean, I think everybody's kind of tripping about Denver not being super active, but it's also just kind of like, I mean, the NBA is not being super active right now. And there's time. Like, it's not like a rush. Hmm. Almost at 3,000 live watchers. Almost at 3,000 live watchers. Make sure y'all tap into the YouTube channel. Go subscribe to the YouTube channel. Go subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'm going to drop it down in the chat below the video. So what is this? 2,600 of y'all watching live can subscribe to the YouTube channel. 3,000 plus views already. Like, let me drop this below. By the way, anybody else over here have fruit flies in their house? Because, brother, goodness gracious, like, they won't stop. They will not stop. Sheesh, get out of my life. Man, I got the best. Yeah, I got the best. Definitely have the best, not fan base, but Swipa gang, brotherhood, sisterhood out here for sure. The Coochie Monster, $5 super chat, percentage chance and opinion. We were trying to trade P. Watt the dump salary in 2 years. 0. Yeah, 0. Covering the World Cup would be fun. That would be fun. Get to Zevo. What do you mean, K-Dot? Get to Zevo. Hey, shout out to y'all. We got 3,000 live. 3,045 live watchers. We are currently awaiting some free agency news from the Denver Nuggets as we are waiting for Peyton Watson to be resigned. No news yet. Jaylen Brown. Apparently, the Denver Nuggets have interest in Jaylen Brown as a trade candidate. But as of right now, we are an hour and a half into NBA free agency, and we haven't had any Denver Nuggets news. But Kawhi Leonard has been traded to the Toronto Raptors. Found out they got 2 unprotected firsts in 2031 and 2033 from the Clippers have for Kawhi Leonard. LeBron James is open to playing anywhere, but wants to play championship basketball. Maybe the Nuggets, Spurs, OKC are on the table. I'm curious to see where everything lands, but y'all know what time it is. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe, by the way. Y'all my folk. I love y'all. Very curious to see where LeBron ends up. And 1,500 from Serbia could be. Fruit flies, look it up. No, so K-Dot, I have 3 Zevos downstairs. 3 of them. 3 Zevos. But what happens is, and I have a substance that I put down my sink. So there's 3,100 people in here watching live. Please offer suggestions. I have the apple cider vinegar apple and apple cider vinegar open cup on my kitchen table. But y'all remember, I live in Atlanta. Atlanta is very green. There's like green and all kind of stuff all around the city. So when you outside, like, it's just, you attract things. So what happens is fruit flies literally will come in on the bananas and the fruit that I get, and then they'll plant. But I have some stuff I pour down the sink to kill the fruit flies. And so I'll do it. But the problem is, every time you get fruit from like Trader Joe's, Costco, or whatever, I mean, just naturally, they're out and about in the natural environment. And then when you bring them in, there's like the little seeds or the fruit fly eggs are probably in the stem somewhere. And if you don't get them, they'll then hatch. And then now you got like fruit flies all over the place. So I feel like I'm constantly battling to get the fruit flies out of the crib. And now they've gotten upstairs in my office. There's no food up here. Books and technology. That's it. Goodness gracious. Yeah, because remember, y'all, I stream on Twitter and I stream on YouTube because not everybody has YouTube, and now on YouTube has Twitter. So I was like, well, if I can, put all my content on YouTube, and it probably would grow the YouTube faster, maybe, because now a lot more people would, get over there. Maybe now I have 1,000, but it's like, but if you have a Twitter and you're already on the platform, people that are watching right now, they're able to scroll on Twitter and listen to the video at the same time. So it's like, I don't want to, what's the most beneficial thing for you as the listener? I'm not really as concerned with like, subscriptions and all that, even though it's important. I want that, obviously, but also it's like, this is a user experience. I want to make sure everybody's getting the best out of their experience while they're with me in these rooms and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I do this. TikTok is coming up next too at some point. Yeah, this is. So you can swim, yeah. So when you use platforms, you can stream on YouTube, Facebook. I need a Facebook. That's what I need to do. LinkedIn. Imagine streaming content on LinkedIn, Twitch, Instagram Live. I can connect my Instagram. Would that be a good experience watching this on Instagram Live? Let me see. Yeah, fruit flies, y'all. Fruit flies are little flies that fly around your kitchen and all that kind of stuff. You need let me see. Head to Instagram on desktop. Let's see. And create live video. Create live video. I can stream on Instagram. That's so fascinating. Add a title and choose an audience. Public. Next. Stream key. Wow. Did not know that. Maybe I think we've tapped into something. I think we have 3,300 people here watching live now. What? Huh. Shout out to y'all. Look at that. So we are currently live streaming on Instagram as well. Huh. After you go live. But yeah, we're in the middle of NBA free agency. LeBron James, we are awaiting the destination he will be headed to. We are also waiting for Peyton Watson to be re-signed to the Denver Nuggets. And I have been very adamant that if I'm the Denver Nuggets, if I'm Josh Kroenke, if I'm John Wallace, if I'm Ben Tenzer, I'm telling the rest of the league, if you attempt to sign Peyton Watson, we are matching, and we are going to make you wait all 3 days. You put an offer sheet out today. We will make you wait for 3 days. And you will not have that $25 million, $27, $30 million. You will not have access to that, and you will still not get them. We were always going to pay Payton Watson if it's my turn, if it's my word. So that was never going to be the case. Yeah, that was never going to be the case. Somebody go to my Instagram, see if we're going live on Instagram right now. We should be going live on Instagram. It should be live up on Instagram right now. You'll find it at the top of the feed on Instagram. Where? See, do we have any updated news? Yeah, Sam Amick, the Pistons are on standby with two of their most important players. Jalen Duren and Tobias Harris are testing the market. Jalen Duren is scheduled to meet with the Lakers at 4 p.m. Pacific time, so that's 7 p.m. our time. And then the Kings at 5 p.m., which is 8 p.m. Atlanta time. The Sixers are among multiple teams per Jake Fisher, with the mid-level exception ahead of free agency. John Collins, Dean Wade, Rui Hachimura, Sandro Mamu-Kezashvili, all those forwards, they all have a lot of landing spots at the full level exception from the Spurs, Sixers, and Lakers. There's so much interest at that position. Fours are important, which is why Aaron Gordon is so important, which is why Trevon Brazile is important as well. I have said this multiple times. I've said multiple times that Aaron Gordon and then having somebody else do the vertical spacing and all that stuff is important at that spot, especially next to Nikola Jokic. Brandon Carlson from the Thunder is gone. 1-year deal for $2.5 million from the Portland Trail Blazers. Okay. Nice little move. B Soul said, I just want to resolve for my Celtics. Like, you're going to get one soon, buddy. Derek White, that Derek White to Denver trade is going to be crazy. $3,500 people in here watching live. Appreciate it. Shout out to y'all. Y'all are absolutely amazing. 3,500 watching live right now as we are watching the NBA do much of nothing. Y'all, we're literally, I'm telling y'all, bro, it's going to be 3 a.m. today. We're going to get a crazy deal. And I'm going to get woken up to a lot of buzzes. It's 1:40 a.m. in Serbia right now. Who's spamming in the chat, y'all? Who are spamming all the anti-Murray propaganda in chat? Because I'm not seeing it the whole time. Tell me who the spammers are. Who needs to go? Do I expect Bruce Brown to be back? Yeah, maybe. Mexico and Ecuador. I'm taking Mexico tonight. World Cup's been crazy. Y'all know I like women's soccer a lot more than men's soccer, and I've been very captivated by men's soccer. How do I feel about Watson on the Clippers? I don't feel anything because it's not going to happen. You can even just sign and trade Benedict Mathurin back. Know what we're doing? Yep. Go ahead and send Benny Matt back. What do I think your Orlando Magic will do? Man, I proposed some Magic trades already. I don't know. Anthony Black, I tell you what, give him more of a job. That's a start. That's definitely a start. Give Anthony Black an opportunity. I think he's going to be a star. I just think people are just not super realistic about Jamal Murray, y'all. I mean, yeah, he didn't play well in the playoffs. New signing? What was the new signing? Y'all capping? I don't see nothing about no signing. Kobe Sanders. Yeah, that's good. That's a good deal. I like Kobe Sanders. I think he was a second round pick, 2 years ago? 4-year, $11 million deal. Kobe Sanders is an actual player. I don't understand why Zeke Naji got that money. I just never will understand. I mean, I let Ryan, shout out to my dog, convince me about Christian Brown, even though I said that the Nimhard money is more in line with what I would pay him, but just crazy. One team with interest in Kessler, poor damn Woike, pretty athletic for LA Lakers, is Los Angeles Lakers. So Kessler, Los Angeles Lakers. Tony Jones, the Athletic, says Utah restricted free agent Walker Kessler has had meetings with a couple teams and headed to another meeting. League sources tell the Athletic he holds multiple offers in the high 30s annually, along with the structure of his choice, including player options. Wow. Yeah, I think Walker Kessler's going to the LA Lakers, y'all. $35 million a year, $33 million a year of Walker Kessler next to Luka Doncic and all that. Yeah, Duran to the Boston for Jaylen Brown. Because it could be something like that, but I think Boston wants way more, bro. Duran is just so many issues, especially in the playoffs. And how many likes do I got on YouTube? Hold on. Y'all, come on now. How many likes did the stream got on YouTube? 123. There should be 200 over there. Come on now. There should be 200 likes on that stream over there. Go ahead and get them likes up on that YouTube page. There's 3,726 people watching this live right now. Watching nothing. I'm watching nothing. Watching Shams texting about the NBA Cup. By the way, it's in Indianapolis. You already know. PC weekend. $3,700 people in here watching nothing. Yeah, MVP Terminator. You can get 250 likes on that on the YouTube stream, y'all. Let's play full court like Swipa, man. Facts. I'm telling y'all. Free agency started at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have been in free agency for an hour and 46 minutes. We've been streaming for an hour and 48 minutes and 30 seconds. There are 3,752 people in here watching right now. Watching nothing. I missed salsa class tonight for this. Y'all, I could be over here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Gary Harris back in Denver. Why not? Why not? It's crazy. Atlanta. Ooh. Someone in my comment section. The Atlanta Hawks, if they threw money at Walker Kessler, so ooh. Are the Atlanta Hawks in a better situation than the LA Lakers? Are the Atlanta Hawks in a better situation than the LA Lakers right now? If you're Walker Kessler, do you want to play in the South? CJ McCollum, Nikhil Alexander-Walker, Dyson Daniel, Jalen Johnson, Yeka Okongwu, Kingston Flemings, Corey Kispert, Aaron Wiggins, Jock Landale, Muhammad Gouye, Zachary Richichet, Asa Newell, Zuby Ejiofor from this year's draft as well, Gabe Vincent. They got Devin Carter as well. Does Walker enjoy a gentleman establishment? I don't know. I mean, the Lakers have Luka, and they have a $445 million a year Austin Reeves. So I guess it all depends on your perspective. Again, y'all, we've been sitting here for an hour and 50 plus minutes. Not many moves have been made, but again, somehow, some way, we're going super strong with 3,800 people watching this right now. Watching what? What are we watching? You're watching me. Watch you. That's what we're doing. You're watching me watch you complain about fruit flies, walking 20,000 steps in one day, try to maybe do 50,000 steps in one day. What else have we been talking about? Oh, book club. The Doom Book Club. If you go to my Twitter right now, the pinned tweet, if you want to be a part of the book club, we are starting officially. I believe I'm going to set the starting date for the first meeting either on the 11th of July. So next 2 Saturdays from now. 2 Saturdays from now, y'all. We're going to start reading all 3 of these books. 2 Saturdays from now. If you want to join the book club, go to my pinned tweet at my Twitter. We're going to be reading through a book club. We're going to read through the first 3 books of Dune. Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune. And let me check how many memberships we have. How many people have signed up for the book club so far? I'm going to send an email out as well. Oh, man, it's always signing me out. Microsoft. I had a Microsoft form going around, available for the world. 28. Yeah, so we almost have 30 people in the book club, which is a lot. A lot. 5-year, 135 offer from LA. Why am I? Where's Jake Fisher at? I'm not following Jake Fisher. Yeah, I'm following Jake Fisher. Why am I not seeing this stuff? So apparently, per Jake Fisher, share some more information. I follow Chris Haynes too. Very interesting. Will be very interesting for the Jazz. Walker Kessler has made it clear over the last year plus he wanted to be in Utah long term. Would have accepted a deal at numbers lower than this range, from my understanding. Back during his rookie scale negotiation window this fall, Utah never brought what Kessler's side viewed as a serious extension during those talks. The Jazz recently made an offer around $27 million in average annual value in a take it or leave it 5-year only structure. Yikes. So they were like, you're taking this money and you're taking these years because we don't want to be back here later on. Yes, I saw that Morocco game. It was insane. Came back from, they were down what? 0-1 rather. Came back from down 1 and then won 2 straight, and then obviously won in the penalty kick last night as well. Yeah, it was crazy. CT, I don't really think it's Denver, bro. It's the whole league. The whole league right now isn't doing anything because everybody's worried about that moratorium period where, they don't want to get caught lacking. I really could have been at salsa class tonight dancing, enjoying myself. Could I still make it? If I left right now, I could probably get there like 8:10. Well, while I have y'all here, since we're literally, once again, I'm going to say this again. There's 3,882 people just in here watching me right now. How would y'all? What do y'all want on the YouTube page? I feel like we've been doing a lot of work this summer. Because remember, one of the reasons we stalled is because we never did videos in the summer. Because I would take breaks every single summer and not post. Now I'm posting all the time for the most part. What kind of stuff do you want to see on the YouTube page? Do the next PC show without the hat? I did a PC show the other day without a hat. Literally. Had a bandana on. Gary Harris propaganda video. This will be interesting. When does the U.S. play? That the first that they play on? Yeah, I think they play tomorrow. Yeah, they play tomorrow at 8 p.m. Ooh. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Denver needs to do a Schroeder trade with who, CT? Who they giving up? Now, I did go over, funny enough, CT. That's why y'all got to watch me on Locked On NBA as well. Because I went over a trade with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Let me share this. I actually created a trade already with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Let me get myself out of the way. So what the Denver Nuggets could do, they could trade for Cam Johnson. They could play Dennis Schroeder, Sam Merrill for Cam Johnson in like a 2-for-1 if they wanted to, or they could do Max Strus and Sam Merrill for also a trade for Cam Johnson. So what do you want? 2 shooters? Ball handler? You could technically make a trade between these 3 players. And Cam Johnson would obviously be great because they would have James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Cam Johnson, Jared Allen, and Evan Mobley as their starting 5, which would be elite in the Eastern Conference. Elite in the Eastern Conference. So that's an option. They do have a pathway to making a trade with the Cleveland Cavaliers. But I don't know if the Nuggets are going to do that. The Lakers are interested in Tobias Harris. Yes. Quentin Grimes. Yes. Dean Wade. Yes. All 3 of those players would help the Lakers. I'm so sick of people bad talking Tobias Harris. He is a good player. So crazy. People are so wild. 2 years ago, the Pistons would not have been in position to win that next series without Tobias Harris. They wouldn't have been as good as they were in the regular season. And in the first round, what was it, the first round this year, y'all? Tobias Harris was going crazy versus the Magic. Now, Franz got hurt. That was a part of it. But still, Tobias was cooking. If they got Quentin Grimes, another ball handler, good. I'm good with that. If I'm a Lakers fan, yeah, bring Tobias Harris in. Dean Wade is also a really good player, too. I like Dean Wade. Yeah, I said that earlier. Mbappe, he's the best World Cup player ever. Always show up. Won his first ever World Cup when he was 18. Gone to the finals. The second World Cup. Now he's going crazy. He might have to do the finals again. Yeah, I just said that. Just back-to-back goals was nuts. Or the 2 goals he just scored was nuts. Y'all, we have 3,942 people watching live. We're almost at 4,000 people watching live for a free agency with nothing happening. That's community, man. That is community. Yeah, man. Kobe Sanders, man. That deal with Clippers is going to be nice for them. Cheap, too. No, I know. That's why I'm trying to stay around, y'all. Because as soon as I leave, Jaylen Brown's going to get traded. And I don't feel like having to restart the stream again and create all the stuff. Yeah, literally. I appreciate it though. I mean, it's always love with me. Y'all know how I am. After the Kawhi trade, people are thinking the Clippers are tanking. With that being mistaken, OKC has the right to pick up the swap and protect it as well. Yeah, but the Clippers are in great position though. They do have that swap with them, but I went through this earlier. You might have to. I don't know, y'all. Maybe they have to rewind the stream maybe 30 minutes ago when I went through that because I put up the Clippers draft picks. They actually have a lot of draft picks, not like crazy, but like a good bit of draft picks moving into the future. Who do I want to see? The Spurs target? Y'all tripping, bro. I'm like, yo, Nuggets. What you want for Aaron Gordon? Literally, what do you want from him? Nuggets like, nah, I'm good. Okay. Here's a blank check. Blank check. Denver, what do you want for Aaron Gordon? Blank check. That's what I would do if I was them. I would also, John Collins, somebody said, Rui Hachimura would be a really good fit there. Rui Hachimura would be great there. Oh, imagine Julian Champagnie and Rui Hachimura. Bye-bye, Keldon Johnson. Good player, but I get Rui Hachimura and Julian Champagnie at my 4 spot with Victor Wembanyama and Luke Cornett. Come on now. John Collins would also be good too. For sure. Gordon, Rui, John Collins. Any of those would be fine. Obviously, Gordon would be a next level though. Like that would be like dynasty. Joey Lynn already dropped a great article on the Kawhi Leonard being traded out, and the Kawhi Leonard Clippers era is over. Yeah, man, they kept him for 7 years, did everything to keep him happy. The era peaked higher than 80 in franchise history, but fell miles short of expectations. Yeah, that 2020 run, that was the peak for them, man. That was the peak for them. But the Nuggets were like, nah, we're good. You're not going to beat us. 4,000 people watching live, man. Y'all are legit amazing, bro. Like, we're literally just chit-chatting. But maybe because there's no sports tonight. That's also the thing. This year replacement entertainment. This year replacement entertainment for what you're doing tonight. Shout out to you all. 4,000 people watching in the middle of a dead free agency period where there are no moves being made. We're waiting on LeBron to make a decision. Kawhi Leonard was traded. Peyton Watson, where are you going to sign? Is he going to resign with Denver? More than likely. Are there going to be other substantial trades? Jaylen Brown, is he getting traded? Where is he getting traded to? Portland, Denver? So shout out to y'all, man. 4,000 plus people. Shout out to y'all. Truly amazing. Yeah, man. Go to bed. It's 8 o'clock. Where would you rank the Kawhi and Scotty duo? I don't know. Top 10 for sure. Defensive duo, I got Giannis and Bam number 1. Tatum and Brown are going to be up there. But Scotty and Kawhi might be in front of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown defensively. No, they are actually definitively in front. Overall duo, though, I would need to see him play. I really need to see them play. What? Jeremy Knight, 6488. Anyhow, what's your favorite brand of power tools for a super chat? I mean, the stuff that I have downstairs, I mean, I got like a mix of things downstairs. I got a DeWalt drill for sure. Power tools, favorite brand. That's crazy, interesting question. I got Milwaukee for sure. I got a whole set of like screwdrivers and bits. Like, you know, when you crank like all the bits, I got a huge box of Milwaukee. I have Rockwell. Like I think I got their balance thing that you use, you know, when you're trying to like, you know, put up like, you know, paintings and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, definitely mostly Milwaukee, DeWalt. Do I have a Stanley? I definitely got Stanley down there somewhere. Yeah, Milwaukee's fun. I like Milwaukee. I don't have Ryobi. I don't think I've ever owned Ryobi, personally. Makita? Somebody has Makita? All right, okay, but some of y'all have money. So those of you that have a lot of money, or you do this professionally, or you do this as a high-level hobby, what tools do you use as somebody who has a lot of money or makes money doing this business, like doing that? And then, or if you have a super high hobby in like, you know, building stuff or putting stuff up or whatever, what do you use? Craftsman? Yes, I'm pretty sure I have Craftsman down there. Like, I'm not going to grab my bag now. I have 2 bags worth of stuff down there, and I have a toolbox. But I got to tell y'all, when I moved into this place, I had to build. I mean, I built bookshelves. I mean, obviously tables, linen drawer, bro. I put up a linen like cabinet when I first moved into this place. It took me, because it's a triple decker and it has open doors at the top, doors you can open at the top, doors you can open at the bottom, and then like a shelving for like all of the towels and stuff. I think that junk took me 8 hours to build, dog. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why am I spending 8 hours building a linen drawer? I've seen people do this too. Yep. And return that joint. Y'all, I had to, there was a tree, maybe 2017. I had to go rent a chainsaw. And I had to cut down a tree because a tree was blocking up this entire like driveway to get into the building. And so literally, like, you know, nobody was going to do it. And it was a Saturday. So nobody was going to be there for the weekend. It was blocking all the traffic. So I literally rented a chainsaw and I went out there and just tore the whole tree apart. $10 super chat. Ryan Hay, 74.98. Shout out to you. Sorry, you heard Gary Harris a lot. He was the player that got me into basketball, and it broke my heart when he went away. Please help to push to bring him home, Swipa. Sorry, you heard Gary Harris a lot. He was a player that got me into basketball, and it broke my heart when he went away. Please help to push to bring him home, Swipa. Now, I will say Gary Harris was obviously a favorite for a lot of us. Like, of course. You know, I think some of this is just, some of this is real simple, man. Like they had to trade him to bring in Aaron Gordon, him, RJ Hampton, and a first-round pick. Now, I want y'all to think about this. The Nuggets got Aaron Gordon for RJ Hampton, Gary Harris, and 1 first-round pick. And they got Aaron Gordon. Think about what Aaron Gordon would be worth today if he was, Aaron Gordon, when he got here, 2021, May 25th. How old is Aaron Gordon? Let me check. So Aaron Gordon was born, he's 30, almost 31. He was born September 16th. So Aaron Gordon was 25. Yeah, he was 25 going on 26 when the Nuggets traded Gary Harris, who's making, what, $17 million a year or something like that? RJ Hampton, who was a rookie, and then 1 first-round pick for Aaron Gordon. That's all it took. That's all it took. You couldn't get RJ Barrett or for that. That was crazy. Nuts. I mean, Aaron Gordon right now, y'all would go for a crazy deal if they decided to trade him, which I wouldn't. Man, look at this. Richard Jefferson, who I like a lot. If they can get the game 83 healthy, meaning the Warriors with LeBron, if they could get the game 83 healthy, they have a chance to make some noise. Bro, that team ain't winning anything. Nothing. That's just a team. No, I don't want to watch that. I really think LeBron needs to come to Denver. Like LeBron did this where 2018 he didn't want to come to Denver because Denver wasn't doing anything yet. You know, they were still whatever. You know, they were still coming up in the world, right? I get it. But Denver now would be a terrific fit for LeBron, every way, shape, and form, y'all. Yeah, that Warriors team, yeah, it's the AARP super team. Yeah, the old people benefits. Yeah, Jokic is 32 in February. I mean, of course, it's a success. Like if Jokic retired tomorrow, y'all, like, come on. I think one of the 10 basketball players I've ever seen in my life. I think one of the 15 best players ever, regardless of who you are. You know, title, 3 MVPs, 6 straight years, finishing top 2 in MVP. Yeah. It's an incredible success. You could make the argument he's the most Jokic is the biggest success story in NBA history. Where he started to where he is. Hey y'all, do me a favor. So 4,188 people watching this live for some reason. Do me a favor. Can you go to my Instagram, somebody swipe a cam on Instagram, and can you see if the video is playing? Because it says that the video is playing on my Instagram, but I don't see anything. I'm trying to figure out if I did this right or if it's just playing on some random Instagram. What if it's a random Instagram? I don't know where Bron is going, y'all. I never know what's up to that man and what's in his mind. Okay, thank you, Ryan. That's crazy. What's it telling me that's supposed to be up there? This is a good question. Swipe a revisionist history question. If we traded Drew Holiday when the Bucks did, there was a real story of Gary Harris, Will Barton. Yep, 2 picks for Drew. Would you think we win more than one title? Yes. So that year, I remind people all the time. Remember, the Nuggets were waiting on they offered Jeremy Grant 3 years, $60 million to retain him in an extension. And the Detroit Pistons, the same deal Detroit offered. Jeremy left because he wanted to be the number one option. It was the story, and also to play for Troy Weaver, and I think was JB Bickerstaff there, or was that Mike Woodson? Not Mike Woodson. Williams, Coach Williams. I think that might have been Coach Williams. I can't remember who was there. Right. So remember, Denver had 3 first-round picks they could have traded, and they were offering Gary Harris and stuff. And they had a chance to get him. But Drew, when the Bucks heard about this, they offered 2 additional swaps, I believe, as well, or 3 swaps. Can't remember the exact price. And they actually outbid Denver for Drew, but they absolutely thought they were getting Drew. I thought they thought they were getting Jeremy Grant back and Drew. It was supposed to be Jamal Murray, Drew Holiday, Michael Porter Jr., Jeremy Grant, and Nikola Jokic was supposed to be the unit. That was the 2020-21 unit. Well, that's what it was supposed to be. But then remember, they pivoted, and then they got Aaron Gordon March 25th, 2021. So, Swiper, where do you have Jalen Duren landing? Back in, I mean, if they want to pay him more money, then I guess, like, if somebody's going to pay him $40 million a year, then whatever, do it. Jeremy Knight, yeah, we talked about fruit flies, 20,000 steps in a day, and drills. 10 minutes ago, what? Yeah, Jalen Duren, yeah, I think he's going to go back to Detroit unless somebody can pay him $40+ million a year. Somebody said the Lakers, they're not losing Luka, y'all. Like, I think Lakers fans are so emotional. Luka's not going anywhere. What? Windhorse said, people around, per Underdog NBA, people around, let me share this so you can read it yourself. Visual learners. Wendy, people around the league believe Sandro Mamukelashvili is headed to the Lakers and will basically replace Rui Hachimura. Huh? So is Rui gone? Is Rui gone? Is that what I'm hearing? Which would make sense if he is. So that means Sandro is going to be the 4 next to Walker Kessler? That it? That what I'm hearing? Oh, yeah. 4,000. Yeah, appreciate that. MVP Terminator. We're at 4,269 live watchers now. Amazing. Sandro is going to be a Laker. All right. I don't hate it. He's a really good player. Let me see. Yeah, he's a good player, dude. Like, Nuggets fans, if he's from New York and went to Seton Hall. Mamu. So Lakers fans, Sandro Mamukelashvili. Mamukelashvili. Last year, y'all, 39% from 3. And he is a sniper. He's only 27. Top 10 and 6 man of the year. 39% from 3 and 4 attempts a game. He shot 52% from 2, 61% effective field goal percentage, 11 points a game last year. Luka and Walker Kessler would be crazy. Now, you got to remember, if you're a Nuggets fan, you remember Mamu and Devontae Graham basically cost the Nuggets a championship 2024. So on NBA Today, they're putting together Kendrick Perkins' 5 trade ideas for Jaylen Brown. Or 5 the moves that need to happen. Trey Murphy to the Lakers, Drew Holiday to the Heat, Jalen Duren to the Pistons, Jaylen Brown to the Rockets are his top 4 or 5. So what's the number one? Moves that need to happen. Drew Holiday to the Heat. How will they do that? With what? What am I missing? Wiggins just re-signed $22 million a year. How is Drew getting to the Heat? Somebody help me. How is Drew getting to the Heat? No, I remember. Don't you forget it. I remember 17.3 minutes in the third quarter. LeBron James to the Warriors. So, Perk is just putting a list together. All right. What would the Lakers all-white starting five be? Luka. Oh, it would be. Wow. Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, Sandru Mamukelashvili, and Walker Kessler, and who? And then they also oversigned what's his name? What's the shooter's name they got? What's the shooter's name they got, man? From the Memphis Grizzlies. Luke Kennard. Yeah, Luke Kennard. Shit. That team is cooked. That would be a good team. They still win 50 games. Blocko Kancar, Kanchar. Blocko is definitely going to be, where he is. He's not coming back over here. If Partisan can have have all five starting black, why can't LA be all white? That would be so rare. I mean, in the NBA, like again, Walker Kessler, Luka Doncic, and Reeves, fine. But then like Mamu, if they sign him and he's a Rui replacement, sure. But then Luke Kennard, now Dean Wade. Is that what we're saying? Is that what you're looking for? You want to start Dean Wade in that lineup? Mamukelashvili. Yep. Mamukelashvili. Make sure y'all say that and pronounce it correctly. We're taking it back to the 50s with that one, the trip one. Bro, if Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, Dean Wade, Mamukelashvili, and Walker Kessler played in the 1950s, they would have won 20 championships. Could you imagine Walker Kessler versus Wilt? Could you imagine Mamu? Imagine Mamu lighting up. Let me see. All right. The Boston Celtics won the championship in 1957. Okay. Tom Heinsohn, Bill Sharman, good player, Bob Cousy, Bill Russell, Frank Ramsey, Arnie Ridzen, Jim Loskutov, how you say that? Lokutov, Jack Nichols, Andy Phillips, and Dick Hemrick. Mamu versus Tom Heinsohn would go bonkers. Bill Sharman would never have seen an individual light up an NBA court like that. Mamu would have 45 points. Luka would have 98 points. Reeves, 75 points. Bro, if Mamu went back in time now, he would be the greatest. He might be one of the 6 greatest players of all time. He would have been there, Larry Bird. No 3-point line, but whatever. His jumper would have been pure. I like this one. Mamu in Detroit. That would be great. That would be great. Next to Cade Cunningham. Shams. I really don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. Just Jaylen Brown. Anybody? Damon Rangula. Shout out to them. Lakers fan, big Lakers fan. Said that it would be nice to see if like they had to just get us Walker Kessler, Luca, and Austin as a foundation is solid. I don't know what the ceiling is there, but it's a good launching point. It is. It is. I kind of want Mamu to happen now. We talked about this a little bit. Tim Hardaway Jr. Huge season that he had for Denver, but unfortunately, man, just the Nuggets didn't have the money to pay him $6.5 million. It sucks. Really sucks. Because people really like him. I really liked Tim Hardaway Jr. and I was ecstatic when the Nuggets signed him, and how many likes we got over here on YouTube? 176 likes. Y'all, I believe on the YouTube side there is 214 people watching live of the 4,200 that we have. Y'all, we need 24 more likes. 24. That's it. So go ahead and like the stream over there. There's a Brazilian artist, by the way, named Nathi, who is spectacular. Like her music is legit. She's at Nathi Official, a Brazilian artist. She got good music. I'm not gonna stream it because obviously then copyright and all that stuff, but I don't think this like people that are concerned about Denver. I just don't think there's any reason to. Like, there's nothing happening in the sport right now. No one's doing anything. And LeBron James is really great right now, man. That's crazy. Per Wendy, the Celtics remain active in talks to trade Jaylen Brown. 4,415 people watching this live right now. Yeah, so Jaylen Brown has $283 million in 3 years left on his contract. He's eligible for a 2-year, $142 million extension on July 26th. What? Jaylen Brown could have a 5-year, 320. So if he signs an extension this summer, 5 years, $325 million, $65 million a year. Look, I'm fine with it, bro. Yeah, so far, Garm. I'm still listening to the Iceman album for sure. Nas is with Charlotte now. Charlotte's not getting off of Nas. They got Nas for a very specific reason. They got Nas for a very specific reason. Yeah, I think Mamu might end up with the Lakers, y'all. I would like that too. Somebody send a super chat about something random. We got a power tool super chat. If I'm gonna make it to 3 hours, I definitely need somebody to send a super chat about something random. I might do 3 hours with y'all today, bro. We and literally no nothing. No nothing today. Just vibes. Somebody can send a $1, $2, $10, $50 super chat about something random. What am I gonna do with the Nuggets running back? I'm glad. I hope they do. I hope they do. I'm fine with that. Pay the money. Pay the money. It's a second apron. Do it for 1 year. I want them to run it back. It's nonsense they're doing. No, we can't pay everybody. Did y'all eat dinner yet? Shoot, I ain't eating nothing yet. I'm hungry. The trib one, people have been asking that all day. I don't know. People have been asking me that multiple times now. I have no idea where LeBron's going to go. None. Not good enough for what? Trib one. Trib one, you better man up and step on the stream one day. You've been here talking in the chat on PC and whatnot. You better step up. Not good enough for what? Yeah, Brian would be great with the Spurs for sure. Marcus Smart would be great here too. I mean, Jamal's fine, y'all. I think if Jamal had LeBron to be the ball handler and also be the other stuff too, like with Jokic, bro, with Peyton Watson, but the team wouldn't be worse if they ran it back. I this is why y'all know how I feel about this. I've been consistent about this. If the Nuggets didn't have, and I said this multiple times, if they didn't have Jokic 4 to 6 weeks, Cam 4 to 6 weeks, Peyton 4 to 6 weeks, twice, Spencer Jones 4 to 6 weeks, Christian Brown 4 to 6 weeks. If the Nuggets have 5 of the 6 best players on the team miss at least a month. If they only had 3 of those players do that, or if the Nuggets didn't lose all their wings, remember Cam, Spencer Jones, Peyton Watson, and Christian Brown, all 4, and Aaron Gordon. I didn't say Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon 4 to 6 weeks. So let's do the whole list. Christian Brown, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic, Peyton Watson, Spencer Jones. So 6 of the Nuggets' 7 best players were hurt for at least a month this year. That is super freak level bad. Super freak level bad. If they didn't lose their wings like they did, they would have won 60 games last year. If they just had their bodies, Jokic was hurt, still dealing with the injuries. Aaron Gordon wasn't playing. Peyton Watson wasn't playing. If they just had their guys, I think they could have been way better. I think if next year, if they simply just, and again, their defense was good when they were healthy. Now, someone has the 3-point shooting, but you can't help that. Like, OKC gives up a lot of threes, but you give up bad threes is the whole point. Good threes for you, bad threes for them. Like, if they were healthy, yeah, bro, they would have been able to possibly beat the Spurs. Like, they're a really good basketball team. I think the thing that really affected Denver, you all, is they just could not endure everything they went to. That was crazy, y'all. And the stuff that I heard behind the scenes for what players were dealing with going into the playoffs, Jokic, Brown, especially those two, they were literally carrying, like, they were hurting going into the offs. But, you know, Serbian and Mr. Kansas, like, they just like, all right, bet. Like, this is my job. I'm going to do it. So, I mean, can they have better injury luck next year? Think about this, y'all. They've been injured every year, bro, like, except for one. That's the thing about Denver, man. Like, they just have not been able to have the good health luck and all that stuff, bro. Like, I don't know what that is. They feel like the 49ers to some degree. Y'all ever get that I got paid notification? How do y'all get paid from y'all job? Do y'all get checks or do y'all get direct deposit, like from your jobs? How do y'all get paid? Direct deposit? Shoot, bro. Direct deposit. I remember when I was at Baylor in grad school, I got direct deposit when I was working in the athletic department, and then I was like working another job as well when I was there. That was like 2014 when I started working there. And then 2015, that was wonderful. Yeah, bro. I used to get checks. Like when I was working at a rec center at Baylor too. Before I worked at the athletic department, I was working at a rec center. Yeah, they would give me checks. I was making $7.25 an hour. Minimum, national minimum, which is still national minimum, by the way, 13 years later, which is crazy. Still national minimum. How is the national minimum $7.25? It's 2026. National minimum is still $7.25. There are plenty of people still getting paid the minimum. I was making $7.25 and I would get a check every 2 weeks or something like that, every week from my job. And I would take that little check, take it to Wells Fargo, drop it off every Friday. Every Friday, I would take my check to Wells Fargo and drop my little, what was I making, like $400? $400 check in there. Thought I had a little bit of bread, not nothing crazy, a little $400 check. I mean, I maybe made like $1,600 a month. Maybe that, maybe. I was nice too, bro. I was 23, 24, 23, I guess, when I was doing that. And I would work there during the summer. But y'all, being a strength coach at Baylor, I had the men's tennis team that I was working with, and I would have to be at the facility. I think I got to the facility at 4 and start setting up for 5 because they had to be in there at 5. We had to be there an hour beforehand. And so when I played football, I would show up right before. When you were strength coach, hour. Boy, I'd be in there like. And then training camp for football. Bro, strength coach, training camp for football. I'm not kidding you. When I was a black shirt, which is at Baylor, when this is when we were like number 2 in the country. When you're a black shirt, that's an intern. And they didn't want us to call us interns because they wanted to respect the work we'd done. Because I had done, I've been playing football and trying out for the NFL, and what I mean. I've been lifting since I was 14 by that point. And so we would have 16-hour days, dog, like in training camp. Just everything. Like just I had to put the players' bottles together, like all of their, nutritional stuff. I had to get the snacks they wanted. And I had to get all the bottles with the right scoops and stuff in there. And I'm talking about how many people? 80 people, 85 people. Bro, I'm just over here mixing squirt, the right squirt of whatever flavor they wanted, the right amount of scoop, the right thing, and then you just make them, and then snacks. So that way when they're done with practice, I had bro. And I used to put all of the. So in Baylor was sponsored by Dr. Pepper, because Dr. Pepper was made in Waco. So we had the Dr. Pepper water, like the Cowboys used the same water. And so I used to put all the Dr. Pepper, all the Gatorade, all the protein stuff, and I had everything. I'm professional. Everything was front facing. So I used to love that, bro. That was a crazy life, man. And I just got done playing college football. I tried out for the Buffalo Bills in 2013 and did not make it. Like I had a workout for the Buffalo Bills. Did not make it. I mean, I was good. I mean, I was like 232 pounds. I think I ran like a 4.67. Well, no, I ran a 4.67 and a 4.69 on the 40 times. I did 225. At that point, I did 225 20 times, which was okay for a linebacker. I had a really nice cone drill. I did a 4.31 pro agility, which is okay. And I had a 35-inch vertical. So I was good, but it was just like, compared to the rest of the NFL, And I worked out with Lauren Landau, who ended up being the Denver Broncos strength coach. And so he was one of my trainers for the year that I was doing that. So I worked out with a lot of people. Like Bakhtiari, the left tackle that played for the Packers, was there. Was a 4th round pick out of CU. It was fun, bro. I do miss those days sometimes. We had a couple football players. We had a couple players that ended up becoming NFL players, but we actually had some players that ended up becoming coaches too. There was one dude, bro. I don't even remember what school he went to, but he was a linebacker too. But when I tell you, there's like difference. There's difference in like. I was a really good football player, but then this dude, same height as me, same weight as me, but like jumped a 41-inch vertical, and then he repped out 24 times. And he was faster than me, but we're the same size. So that's also like football too, bro. Like I'm literally looking like, and I see it, and like he's really good. Now I had a dog. I was a dog. Like I was really good, but like then NFL athletes, if he didn't make it, and I think he was better than me in college. I'm not making it. That's simple. MVP tournament. What did you play? Soccer? Football? Yeah. THA is gone. Gabriel. Yeah, 20 times to 230 is good. I mean, yeah, for me. There's some I watched people put up 30s, dog. I was just like even now, right now, I did 22 last summer. I could probably do like maybe 25. Maybe 25 reps if I tried. Like hard. Like I'm talking about like last 3. Push. Yeah, O-lineman be putting up 30s. No, bro. Linebacker putting up 27, 2, 24. Wide receivers, 11 to 18, bro. That's gonna be crazy. But they don't need it. Would I do an in-person book club in Atlanta? Maybe. I don't know how many people live in Atlanta that follow me. Swipe, are you juicing? No, I don't even take protein. I don't take protein or creatine. I don't do any of that stuff. Oh, this is a Wolves fan. I'm glad that we can revisit this. I don't realize how much we were clearing. The Nuggets were cleaning teams in the 2023 run. In the 23 season, when they had a 7-game lead, they could have won 60 games that year. They took their foot off the gas last like week and a half of the season. Like the Nuggets were walking people in 23, bro. Like it just wasn't close. They went 16-4 and no losses by more than 10 points. And remember, the 2 games they lost to the Suns that year, that was when Katie and Booker had like 70-something points in one of those games. And then the other game, I think it was Landry Shamet or maybe Campaign made 4 threes inside that 4th quarter. Like that's the only reason they lost. And then the only game they lost in the NBA Finals was when, and then again they lost to the Wolves. I think Jokic had like 43 points or something like that. And then I think in the finals, remember, the only reason they lost game 2 in the NBA Finals was because when Jokic and Murray went out at the top of that 4th quarter, Malone took them out. And from that point, remember, that was when Duncan Robinson, Gabe Vincent went on like that little 8-0 run at the top of that 4th. And even still, they got back in the game, and Jamal Murray had a wide open 3 to tie the game up. Not wide open, but wide open enough for him to tie the game up. But, just missed. Like, they were going crazy, bro. Like, I just let people rewrite that history. They were like wiping teams that year. And their defense was phenomenal. Their offense was incredible. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying also too, just for everyone. Like I've seen multiple centers getting walked at the rim, including Shaq. Like that's not really it's infrastructure. Y'all, we have been here for 2 hours and 47 minutes with no free agency news. 4,622 people watching live. Incredible, y'all. Incredible. 4,600 plus people on day one of free agency. Incredible, y'all. While the World Cup was playing. Have we got any more news? I'm trying to hang on, man. We ain't got nothing. Sam Quinn gave the Clippers an A+ for the Kawhi Leonard trade and gave the Raptors a C+ for the trade. All right, let's read this. Let's see what he has to say. Let's do some reading together. Yeah, make sure you continue to remind people of this too, because people are like, they be forgetting. Yeah, they be forgetting. I did not. Yeah, I was on the other side of that. Shout out to Sam Quinn. See what you have to say. Clippers get an A+ for franchise altering pivot as the Raptors take a major risk. Do you think that the Clippers deserve an A+ and that the Raptors deserve a C+? So Sham said this is a happiness-led decision wherever LeBron James ends up. It would not be driven by money. Fine, then LeBron, come to Denver. What are you doing? Be in Denver. If that's the case, I don't know. I think the Raptors still got to. I mean, they took a swing on a great player, bro. Like I think they deserve at least a B+ for the trade. If he's healthy, it's an A, no question. Now, staying healthy, I hope he does, because I really like Kawhi Leonard. ESPN is really milking, and I wish they should. They're really talking about this LeBron thing, and JB, to be fair, too. All right, I got another super chat. I don't think I read this one yet. No, I haven't. The Trib won $5. When Jokic comes to the Lakers, will you be a Lakers fan? No. I wish Nick would get the Nugget job soon. He will never get that job. Clearly sabotaged the whole team. And no, I will not be a Lakers fan. I will cover the Laker games, though. But no, I will not be a Lakers fan. And this idea, too, like, do you realize what the Lakers would have to pay with the assets they have? Your first-round picks into the Jokic retirement party. This would be a Melo level trade of like Jamal Murray. We got Jamal Murray in 2016 from a 2010 Melo trade. This is tough. Look, I'll say it like this. Trib, you're crazy, dog. I'll say it like this. If I don't want Jamal Murray traded, I've said this. But if they did make this trade, they need Derek White and JB back. So that means if I got to give up a wing or two wings, fine. Like, if you want to get like, yeah, I mean, I would rather have Derek White and JB so you have a point guard coming back into the room. Your defense gets better, but you need a forward now at that point. So then they would have to somehow switch Cam Johnson for like a 4. PJ Washington, anybody? Somebody, Bill Simmons, this is one of the funniest ESPN TV days of the decade. I'm honestly in awe. Yes, LeBron. It's a LeBron sandwich. But what else are you going to talk about? I mean, I think to be fair to them, what else are they going to talk about that people are going to listen to? Yeah, Raptors called Mavs. He was going to McGafford. I would try to get Jakob Poeltl like crazy. $4,674 people watching this live. Shout out to y'all. I haven't done a 3-hour stream, so Super Chat's been good though. If I ever became a real streamer like this, y'all, them Super Chats, y'all would have to be bumping. 15. Yeah, all the ESPN sharing all the teams, and all like the NASCAR teams and everybody else sharing all LeBron memes to sign them and come to their teams. I mean, Jokic and Luka would be interesting. But yeah, they would need a lob threat for sure. For sure. They would need a lob threat for sure. For sure. Like John Collins. Chad, have you eaten dinner? I don't think I've fed my dog dinner. Have you not? You haven't eaten dinner. Yo, my fault. My bad, Chadwick. Yo, I'm gonna take 4 minutes and I'm gonna feed this dog real quick. I will be right back. 4 minutes. Bro, y'all not slick, bro. Y'all are not slick. Come on, make Swipa think that LeBron didn't sign. Y'all are not slick. Let's see. Dog got Swipa train. Look, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, he literally walked up over to me the second time now and just like nudged me. And I was like, yo, what? Like, you just came over here. And I was like, damn, he hadn't eaten 3 times yesterday. My bad. My fault. That's hilarious. Any news while I left besides the lies about LeBron? The Timberwolves tried to get Kawhi Leonard. How? Are they trading Jaden? Hey, Chad. The people said they want to see you, bro. How was your food? Hi, come here. Hi, Chad. Hey. Hi, bud. Hi. How was your dinner? How was your dinner, buddy? How was your dinner, Chad? Good boy. Good boy, Chadwick. Good boy. Good boy, Big Chad. They acting like you underfed, bro. You're huge. You're huge. The vet said that you're in great shape. Good boy, Chad. Good boy. Good boy, Big Chadwick. Good boy. Boy, Chadwick. Yes, sir. Big Chad. Big Chad. Big Chadwick. Who do you want as free agent since Nuggets lost him? A shooter. I don't know who the shooter is, but they definitely gonna have to replace it because it can't just be Julian Strother. I can tell you that much. But would y'all? The real question is for y'all: would y'all rather have defense or shooting? That's the real question. Like, which one would you prioritize more? Or you can just turn Cam Johnson into 2 players and just do the Cavs deal that I suggested for Max Strus and Max Strus and I gotta go through the list again, Chad. Max Strus. Team payroll. You can do Dennis Schroeder, Sam Merrill, or Max Strus and Sam Merrill. I guess either one of those options. Yeah, I mean, I want Cam Johnson to stay, man, but they're gonna have to make a decision. Yeah, Chadwick Boseman, yes, named after the Black Panther. Named after the actor who played Black Panther. What's up, buddy? Mm. Who do I think has the best chance of getting LeBron? I mean, I guess the Warriors, bro, but like it's not intriguing at all to me in any way, shape, or form. Another $10 super chat. Shout out to you. ZRob0001 RSD 500. What is RSD? I really need to learn these currencies. As a matter of fact, let me look that up real quick. RSD currency. What is that? Serbia. Oh, Serbian dinar. Serbian dinar. Shout out to you. Serbian dinar, that equals $4.86 in the U.S. American money, which, by the way, the U.S. dollar, so one dinar equals 0.0097 U.S. dollars. Appreciate that. I just learned something. Thank you so much. What is the best offseason for you for Denver? It is too late, but number one, re-sign Peyton Watson, because y'all know how I felt about Peyton Watson since he got here. Hold on, sorry. I'm trying to answer this message. I want Peyton Watson back. That's number one. Ideal world, I guess, because of the money. I guess Christian Brown is traded, and you're able to get off that contract and to open up your cap sheet a little bit, probably. You find a way to get LeBron in the building. 2-year and $18 million deal for Keon Ellis with the Brooklyn Nets, by the way. So, yeah, Peyton Watson back. I mean, I would be open to if there was a way for them to get Jaylen Brown without giving up Jamal Murray. It'd be great. I don't think that's a possibility, though. Peyton Watson, Cam and Christian, can you flip them into something? Can you get Jalen Suggs back? Is that possible? I don't even know, man. Peyton Watson's a start, though, bro. I mean, they got to get him back. I mean, there's just no way you can develop a player for 4 years and be like, oh, you got good, and now we're going to let you walk. No, you draft. This was Calvin Booth's whole plan. Draft, build, and pay. No one else hit except for CB. And CB's overpaid right now. So, no, let's just stick with the plan. You drafted Peyton. He turned out to be a really good player. And right now he's making 28, 25, $30 million. Okay, what happens then? What happens when he gets even better? So I'm definitely keeping him. 100%. I'm keeping him. You're not making me get off a player that I did all this work for and spent all this time building up. $4,800 people watching live. I'm so tempted, y'all, to stay till we get 5,000 people. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 7 minutes on a dead opening night of free agency. Dead opening night of free agency. And we got 4,800 people in here. Yeah, shout out to Keon Ellis, man. $9 million is a good bit of money, though, for Keon, but he's still a good player. Maybe he gets better this next year. Had a down season. Krejci, Vit Krejci. Is he available right now? Or is he on a deal? Let me see. I used to watch him when he was with the Hawks. Yeah, he has a 4-year, $10 million deal. Yeah. Yeah, so that's a trade candidate. He's making 2.6 on their bench right now. And then he has a team option for $3 million next summer. I'm on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube for the most part, and Threads, apparently, as well. The Trib one $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. What do you think the best starting lineup fit is for Braun? I can see him fitting well at the 4 spot in the first or the 3 in the Expendables. Oh, I don't know. What's the best 3? What's the best place to start for Braun? Would it be Jamal Murray, Peyton Watson, LeBron James, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic? Obviously. Yes. Obviously. Yeah, that'll be obviously be that lineup. The Spurs would be great too. De'Aaron Fox, Devin Vassell, Stephon Castle, LeBron James, and Victor Wembanyama. That also would be sweet. That ain't beating Denver. I'll tell you that right now. I need everybody to get back healthy next year. That's what I need. That's what we all need. That's what we all need. United States of America. Jeremy Knight, 6488, $2. Super Saiyan powers or Jesus healing touch? First off, Jesus every single day of the week and every moment. Jesus. Absolutely. Saiyans can't do no healing, number one. Number two, I'm saying like this, Saiyans ain't real. Some of us profess Jesus, as myself. So the ultimate healer, the ultimate deliverer, the ultimate redeemer, the ultimate champion for humanity, the ultimate, absolutely, Jesus. Good probe though, for sure. Yeah, Saiyans don't heal anything. They eat. They don't heal anything. They fight. For sure. But yeah, Jesus takes mud and rubs it in your eyes and you can see again. Jesus raises the dead to life. Practically, Tripboard. That's what would you do with Saiyan powers? Who are you fighting? Are you fighting for a country? Because that's what's going to happen. You're going to get Super Saiyan powers, and they're going to make you fight for a country. Imagine the United States finding out you had Super Saiyan powers. This administration. Imagine this country finding out you could go Super Saiyan and you could blow the world up at any time or destroy any army or destroy any person hiding inside of some, conclave somewhere or a tunnel. Think about what they would do to you. Now you ain't making them do nothing. That's a fact. But at the same time, they would be hunting you if you were a Super Saiyan. No, but think about this, y'all. So Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Then you got bulky, obviously, Vegeta and bulky Vegeta and Trunks. And then you got obviously Super Saiyan 4, which is Monkey Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 5, and then you start getting into Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. And then you got between Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct is your Destroyer. Super Saiyan Blue, Destroyer, then Ultra Instinct. Yeah, there's levels to it for sure. But I don't want to be the president. I would be the president. But I'm saying if you're a Super Saiyan, that doesn't mean you want to lead. And are the strongest? Here's a philosophical question for everybody as we await another move. Are the strongest beings the best leaders. Would Super Saiyan, would Goku be a good president? Would Vegeta be a good president? Trunks? Gohan? Who will be a good president of that group? Who would be a good leader? Goku doesn't assume any leadership. Vegeta, no way. Maybe like Vegeta post like Super Saiyan Blue. Like he would have to. Could you imagine Majin Vegeta? But yeah, Gohan's a student, so he might. Majin Vegeta, imagine that, him leading. Imagine if Majin Vegeta, Goku would be a horrible president, y'all. He'd be the laziest person of all time. If Vegeta was if it was just Vegeta and everyone and just us and like the regular people, we would be screwed. Everybody would be in fighting camps. Everybody would be training. And if you met Vegeta before he made his ascension, you're dying. This chat ain't dead at all. We're talking about somebody sent a super chat. Would you rather have Jesus powers, which is Jesus, who's God, or would you rather be a Super Saiyan? I don't want to be God. That would be terrible. Horrible. I would not. I don't want that. Not at all. Any way, shape, and form. You're not going to catch me like that. The 5 I wills of Satan. I will be like God. Not going to be me. Nope. But Vegeta would be horrible, bro. Majin Vegeta was technicality. No. Remember, Vegeta willingly allowed Majin to seduce him and then broke free of Majin once Majin tried to make him do what he didn't want to do. Remember, Majin Vegeta, his only goal was to fight Goku. But remember, Goku was Super Saiyan 3 already. Goku, in his own humility, was like, okay, Vegeta did all this work. He let Majin take over him to be as good as me. If I go Super Saiyan 3 right now, this is going to crush Vegeta. So he didn't do it. So this is people are asking questions now. So the series that I recommended for that book you suggested for new readers, how do you spell it? Yeah, Artemis Fowl. Sorry. Artemis Fowl. Terrific book. Terrific series. I don't know. These are not in order. These are not in order. What's funny is when I first got these Artemis Fowl books, I actually bought the Eternity Code first when I was young. But this is the series. This is the entire Artemis Fowl series. And I read through all of these in college, and I have reread them since, and they're phenomenal books. I have these by my bed because, like, I want to start reading them again. But apparently, like, these don't count as, like, you know, if you read these books, you've only read 8 books. But this is the series, the Artemis Fowl series. Get this light out of here. This is the Artemis Fowl series. Excellent series. Phenomenal series, y'all. Absolutely should read those. They're sitting on my ground next to the Dune series right now. No, it's not J.K. Rowling. This is Owen Colfer. I believe he's Irish. Owen Colfer. I believe he's an Irishman. Yeah, the movie was trash. Trash. So Far Gone. Favorite book or collection when you're elementary? Well, Harry Potter. Yeah, I mean, that book changed my life. I cried at the end of Harry Potter in book 7. So remember, me and Harry Potter were the same age. Me and Harry Potter were the exact same age. So we're literally when book 7 came out, when the Deathly Hallows came out, I was also 17. So me and Harry had the same. We were born in the same book date wise, born in the same year. And then Harry had a birthday on July 30th. Mine was July 18th. So I felt a connection to Harry. The book club is happening. I just announced this again. There's 28 people that have signed up for the book club. I would like for 30. I would like 50 people in the book club, but hey, whatever. These are the 3 books. The book club will be happening. I'll be sending a video out again soon. We're probably going to start our first meeting on the 11th of January. So you would have 11 days to get the book and then read the first section. Then I will provide all that stuff as well for you, just like reading the timeline. And to give you an idea of like what the timeline is going to look like, I can share this right now since there's nothing happening in the NBA. I don't want to share the whole thing. Let me pop this out because I ain't trying to have y'all read all my notes. Like, so what is that? Ask a bunch of questions. Nope. Here's the reading schedule for Dune as of right now. So I got to make some adjustments here because I had to move it back a week. But yes, the Dune series, literally all you have to do is go to my Twitter. You go to my Twitter, and at the very top pinned tweet, there's a video. And then underneath the video, there's a registration link if you want to register for the book club. I'm going to move this. So the first meeting we'll do, it's probably going to be on the 11th on that Saturday. And it's going to be chapters, the first 4 chapters of book 1 we're reading. We're going to read the first 4 chapters of book 1. Which is, let's see how many pages that is. Nonetheless, it's not that many pages, y'all. So whatever. This is how it's written out right now. No, we're already starting with Dune. This has already been agreed upon because we got that movie coming out in December. This is what the schedule is looking like currently. So like I said, go to my YouTube page or go to my Twitter, and then you can find this. But this is what the book schedule is going to look like. Like I said, there's 28 people registered for the book club. I would love to have 50. That'd be great, But again, I know everybody has different schedules and stuff they're working on. And then we can kind of go from there. There's 6 Dune books. We're going to read the first 3 because it was recommended to read the first 3 because the other 3 are a bunch of stuff. But like the first 3 are the ones we're going to read for sure. Anyway, that's that. We have 4,852 people in here listening to this, watching us talk about Dune. Any updated news on free agency as we are in past hour 3 of our live stream of NBA free agency? So apparently, from Tim McMahon, Walker Kessler turned down a 5-year, $137.5 million offer from the Utah Jazz. Interesting. This Mexico versus Ecuador game about to be crazy. Well, I mean, it's not good for Utah, but it's good for Lakers fans. I mean, I think he's signed with the Lakers. The Lakers are apparently for Jake Fisher. Per Jake Fisher, where though? This is an aggregate. An aggregate account, NBA retweet said the Lakers are reportedly expected to land versus Sandro Mamukelashvili and Quentin Grimes. Sandro Mamukelashvili and Quentin Grimes are apparently going to both be Lakers. Here's Denver FC line again. Make sure y'all check him. Because that is not true. Swipa did not say that's what he wanted to do. Swipa said he needs to pay Andrew Nembhard money at the very best. That's what I said. It's 18 mil. Hey, Lakers fans, you're going to get Quentin Grimes and Walker Kessler? That's a good look. That's a good look. Walker Kessler's big, man. It's a big dude. Yo, Peyton Watson really in France killing it right now. You know he about to make some bread. That's why. Shout out to my dog with AG and MPJ, man. $40 4,900 people. Do I wait longer to get to 5,000 people watching live? I need to eat. 4,900 people watching this live. Ugh. Streamers making bread too, bro. Maybe I really need to think about streaming. Get on Twitch. Man, looks like the New York Liberty are going crazy. The Commissioner Cup final. Shout out to them. Breanna Stewart, 25 points, 11 rebounds, 3 Commissioner Cup championships. Love Island Twitter going crazy right now. I already ordered some DoorDash, y'all. I got some Medicana. Got the Medicana downstairs. That's what we could do. I wish we could stream like shows in here. Love Island would go crazy. Could I? No, I can't even share this Love Island clip. I don't know if I would watch the American Love Island though, y'all. I like the London one, the English one. I'm watching this little highlight from today's episode. American Love Island? What's up, boy? I do my Spanish lesson too. You said what? Also, pretty sure Swipa is jacked to the guy calling him round, making despite Marinara being so good. Hey, I do need to give y'all a shout out, bro, because this has been a boring opening night of NBA free agency, and y'all have showed up 4,900 plus people, and we are going on 3.5 hours of streaming with super chats galore, and y'all's activity in the chat has been crazy. So I am always deeply, deeply appreciative of just how y'all show up, not just for me, but for each other, and then what we've created on this platform, on Twitter, on YouTube, all that stuff, man. Like, y'all are the MVP, seriously. And this is just, it's what we have today. Imagine when Jaylen Brown gets traded. Imagine when Jaylen Brown gets traded. What that's going to look like. When the Nuggets retain Peyton Watson. Jeremy McKnight, $5. Italians only escaped the label and horrific reputation of fascism and racism because the Germans were better at it. And marinara is effing good. Well, yeah, I mean, Mussolini 100% was a horrific person. And in Italy, yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, yeah, Italy had some really problematic stuff happening at that point. But Italy is mostly great now from what I've heard. So, like, I've heard it's amazing. I can't wait to go to Italy, actually. These Love Island clips are kind of just doesn't have the same vibe in the USA. I don't know. It's not for me. I'm still looking. There's just no updates anywhere about anything happening. 12 teams are pursuing LeBron right now. Who are the teams? Who are the teams that are pursuing LeBron right now? Brandon Ingram really is playing for the Clippers now. Good message. Chief Willie J8566 with a great message. Just want to say I hope everyone stayed strong during just want to say I hope everyone stays strong during Men's Mental Health Month this year. It's been a rough time the last few months, but things are looking up. Even lost 15 pounds and feeling good. Hey, Chief Willie J, we love you. We support you. Keep it up. Keep doing the great stuff. Keep losing weight. That is one of the most difficult challenges to do in the world. Your community believes in you. We support you. Thank you. I'm just really glad that you shared that with us because that honestly is amazing. Yeah, that is amazing, man. Shout out to you, bro. Seriously. 12 teams are into LeBron. But we don't know what the 12 teams are. 4,960 people in here. Are we going to get to 5,000, y'all? We're going to get to 5,000 as we talk about the books, Dune, Artemis Fowl, Love Island. Right now, the only thing affecting Denver Nuggets fans are simply Tim Hardaway Jr. being gone. Ionescu is crazy. We're on the way to 5,000 active live watchers. Almost there. Am I going to play GTA 6? I don't know if I have time, y'all. That's See, gaming is wild, dog. Like that's 60 hours of gameplay. Where am I going to do that? I would much rather watch Chris Move and Rad Brad, for instance, and Fooster and JLK, like actual gaming streamers. I would much rather watch them play the games because I just don't have the time to sit down and do that. And I don't want to make the time, I think, consistently to sit down and do that. I play Madden sometimes. I play 2K sometimes. But like, this is franchise. I play against my friends. But, yeah, man, like, the other stuff, bro. I mean, I really think the game is going to be sick, though. Making the time to play it, that's going to be tough. So I don't watch baseball. I only watch hockey during the playoffs. Tennis I don't watch. I mean, I don't watch college basketball that much, except for like players I really like, and then like when I'm doing film stuff later on to know for the draft. And then like I watch NCAA football like very sparingly now because it's like during football season, NBA is going, the NFL is going, and I have 3 NFL shows a week plus 2 fantasy football leagues I'm running and another one I'm a part of. And on top of like, I'm doing however many NBA shows, it's impossible to manage all that time. What NFL team could you see make the playoff this season that didn't make it last year? One from each conference, please. Chiefs. Chiefs maybe the easy answer. What teams can make the NFL playoffs next year? One from that missed the playoffs the year before. Baltimore Ravens, for sure. Baltimore Ravens for sure. Yeah, I think the Ravens bounce back in the AFC. And then in the NFC, I mean, this feels like an easy answer. Minnesota Vikings. Kyler Murray, a healthier Vikings team. But the Cowboys, the Atlanta Falcons. Oh, the Detroit Lions. Yeah, I think the Detroit Lions are making the playoffs next year, and the Baltimore Ravens. I got both of them making the playoffs. And the Indiana Bears. It's crazy. Second year playing fantasy football, college RBs. Any college RBs and wide receivers I need to draft and prioritize? Yeah, I mean, for sure, Jeremiah Love, but that's going to be a late first, second round pick. And then you're going to obviously have shout out to y'all. We got 5,000 watchers, 5,000 live watchers, y'all. Shout out to y'all. Jeremiah Love, for sure, easy, no question. Carnell Tate, obviously. Makai Lemon would be a good pick, good filler. Casey Concepcion might be the number one. He might be the wide receiver 1 this year for Cleveland, which is always good to have the wide receiver 1, maybe like wide receiver 3 or 4 in your team. Omar Cooper Jr. I think was going to be good, but he'll be the wide receiver 2 or 3, something like that. Yeah, that's probably the best names I can suggest right now, or what you need to look at. I haven't seen From. That's another show I haven't had time to watch. I want to watch it. I've been wanting to watch From. I heard From is an amazing show. I heard From is a phenomenal show. Nosotros comimos polo en la tarde. Nosotros comimos polo en la tarde. We are eating kitchen. Oh, sorry. We are eating chicken. Hold on, write this down. We eat chicken in the evening. So we eat chicken in the afternoon or evening, whatever. La comida, the food. Que bueno, que bueno. Easy. Yeah, I mean it's great. What? um, queremos eros. Nosotros no siempre comimos eros. Nosotros no siempre comemos eros. ¿Dónde comen ustedes hoy? ¿Dónde comen ustedes hoy? Where are we eating today? Mi abuelo tiene dos restaurantes. My grandfather has two restaurants.
Ellas comen arroz con pollo. Ellas comen arroz con pollo. Ellas comen arroz con pollo. Pollo.
Ellas comos arroz con polo. I can't. My R's suck. By the way, y'all. My R's are terrible. Ellos quieren polo con una ensalada. Okay, fine. I'll do my Duolingo. Ustedes comen en la playa los jueves. Pedro, esta comida es muy buena. Esta comida es muy buena. Polo. Eros. 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 La playa. Periódico. Comido. La playa. I can see you living the life out there in San Juan. I would love to go back to Puerto Rico. The restaurant has very good rice. What are the restaurants in Madrid like? Spanish speakers, translate. What are the restaurants in Madrid like? Y, double L's are pronounced Y. Pollo. So I've heard Puerto Rican and then Spanish, like Puerto Rican Spanish, Mexican Spanish is like the like J sounds are different, like two L's and J sounds, but Mexican parents Y. That how it goes. Look at that. See how many days I got in a row on here now. Y'all be very proud of me. Look how many days. 248 days. 248 days in a row. I'm going to be a fluent Spanish speaker. Fluent. Oh, it's a tough question. I'll still say Jamal. I'd rather have Jamal Murray. Trib one. I appreciate that, though. I love Kyrie, but yeah, I'll be loyal to my crew. You also sent this, the Trib one, $5. I view Mendoza as the poor man's Andrew Luck near the end of the season, but I feel like he's just straight up Andrew Luck now. Raiders division champs. Raiders will not be the division champs, but he could be very good as well. But yeah, poor man's Andrew Luck is actually not a bad comp at all. Division champ 2 years from now. I'm not crazy. 2 years from now, Broncos going somewhere. Chiefs ain't gonna be back. Chargers going somewhere. Good luck though, Raiders fans. For sure. All right. I'm Puerto Rican, but it's Y in our lingo. Y can sound like J. It all depends on the word. Pollo, pollo, pollo. Like so for like pollo for polo, like polo, pollo. Yeah, I didn't make those shirts ever. What are you learning Spanish on? Duolingo, for sure. Jackson Hayes back up big. Why not? Him and Trevon Brazil. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Aya? Like Aya? Like Hala? What do you mean Hala? Like Haja? Like Haya? What are you saying? 5,602 people in here. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. No, just for the heck of it, we're all just hanging out. I love Latinas. Swipa, any advice? Yeah, be a nice person. Be considerate, like any other person. Be nice. Be considerate. Be passionate about things in life. Be patient. Learn. Luke Kennard to the Suns. Oh, we got basketball news. The Suns are loading up. 2-year, $13 million contract. Nice move for the Suns. That's cheap too. That's a really good move for the Suns. I actually don't mind that at all. Then they got shooters galore. Now, the Charlotte Hornets and the Suns both are just putting shooters around their core, which is really nice. Rui, so LeBron, Kennard, yeah, shout out to Three Cone. LeBron, Kennard, and seemingly Rui and Smart all gone for the Lakers this summer. Sounds like they're probably getting Mamu and Grimes, but their roster is falling behind fast. Yep. And like I said, throw that money at Peyton Watson if you want. But I think Mamu would be a good add too. Swiper, what's your mindset on being consistent and going to the gym? And you just got to commit to it. You just got to want it. I think you just got to be in a place where you're just like, I want certain things out of my life. I want to be healthy. You know, I want to build muscle. I want to look toned. I want to feel good. I want to, you know, get weight off. Like, you know, I think it's a mentality thing, honestly. I definitely think it's a mentality thing. I think you just have to also, you know, want different for your life. You're gonna watch the Mexico game? Yeah, I mean, the game is up, so it's on my television right now. Whenever it does come on. Can we get Rui and Marcus Smart for AG? Does that make us better? No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe get another player, but neither one of them do what he does. So, I mean, not to me, no. I don't think you get that much better. Obviously, if they're available and AG isn't, yes, you do get better. No, I'm not concerned. The Nuggets haven't done anything yet. What's up, J Mill? What motivates me to keep going? Shoot, bro, everything, man. Coming from where I came from, wanting to make my mark in the world, wanting to serve, wanting to be a good leader, wanting to be a good man, wanting to take care of my family, wanting to use all the gifts that God gave me. I mean, everything. I mean, it's just so much motivation. You know, you want to be kind. I mean, I want to be somebody that's very well to do, but also very hospitable and kind. Like, if anybody ever read the book Kite Runner, the boy's father, Baba, you know, he's a pretty wealthy man, but he was also just very, very kind. And I think that really those kind of books and those kind of people impacted me a lot as well. AG definitely a superstar role player. And I am open to a Jaylen Brown trade. Like I said, I just think they need to get Derek White back too. I think that's the problem, right? Like, what does that package look like? You know? What's a place that you would like to travel to and haven't visited? Italy to start. Serbia. I have said this multiple times. So there's 5,160 people watching this. I have tried 3 separate times to get to Serbia, and I had thought it was happening. But there was something that happened at the end, like getting to it. Like I was going out there, I was going to see if we can do PC weekend out there, but they moved the Euro League, I think, or Euro Cup, one of them, out of Serbia to not Saudi Arabia. They moved it to whatever one of the cities or whatever. I can't remember the Middle Eastern place. Very rich. Can't remember the name. And then another time I tried to get out there. I tried to get like sponsorship, but then like that fell through. And then the other one, shoot, bro. I'm just gonna tell you, like, I tried to get out there. I had the money saved up and everything, and y'all know how it is. I got hit with life, and Dubai. It was in Dubai. Yeah, they moved it from Serbia to Dubai, and I really was. I was in process of planning to see if we can get a PC weekend in Serbia, and it was going on for we were planning for months, and I'll say it like that. And then we found out it was not going to be in Serbia, and I was just like, all right, whatever. You know, that sucks. Failing is 100% necessary to succeed. Absolutely. Yeah, and you want to be kind? Yes, I want to be kind. I think everybody should want to be kind, but there's levels. I think you don't want to compromise, but you do want to be able to, I think, always treat people with respect and then demand respect from other people as well. And don't make people should not make you compromise who you are. And I mean like your core. If you had to pick, would you rather get rid of Gordon or Murray for JB? I mean, probably Aaron Gordon. Like JB, Jamal Murray, and Jokic would be a terrific trio. Do you think failing is necessary to succeed? Yeah, absolutely. Favorite woman you ever dated? It's a crazy question. I'm not gonna lie to you. They probably have watched the stream, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna ask your question though to someone and see what they say. This is about to be hilarious. You come to Serbia and be my guest? I would love to. Chief Willie said the thing that motivates me to lose weight. Lost 15 pounds recently. To lose weight, weighing myself every day, seeing the scale lower than yesterday in the morning, makes the day a little better. If it's lower, just work harder than yesterday. Yeah. These are good questions, y'all. Keep asking them. Yep, and be realistic in terms of how do you get started with like working out. Small goals, 2 to 3 times a week. Start and go from there and build discipline. Yeah, I mean, just start making it a lifestyle. Start making it a lifestyle, and I think that's kind of, you just got to pick it up. And find people that inspire you as well. Like there's people that I follow that their physique is something that I really like and ways I want to look, but also like I'm not trying to compare myself to like somebody else. Like I really just want to be the best as I can be, but I also know like there's levels to this. Like if I really, 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 if I really wanted to, I mean, I could even be in way better shape than I am now, and I feel like I'm in really good shape. Oh yeah, CT Fletcher, absolutely. Yeah, I used to watch those all the time. I think I was playing college football when I was watching CT Fletcher. Any Asian countries? Yes. Oh my gosh, I would love to go to Japan. I would love to go to Japan. Love Japan. Fly me out. I will vlog, boost, all of it. I would love to go to Japan. I have been watching Japanese centered movies and shows since I was a child. Absolutely would love to go to Japan. Not even a question. I think the Raptors was a good trade. I love Kawhi there. Him and Scotty is going to be really good. Like, be great. Love to go to China as well. Definitely want to go to Serbia and eat. I want to go to all these countries and eat. Food is like, that's also part of why I work out too. I love food. People are asking, what are we talking about? People in the chat are asking questions that are non-basketball related because of how dead tonight has been. But we have 5,175 people here watching live, and so at this point we're just going. We're going on hour 4. Hour 4, y'all. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Ace Wiper, failing teaches you about life. You should fail all the time. I think when I started this, I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know how I was going to go. I didn't know where it was going to go. But December 2020, I was just like, yeah, I want different. I want to talk about sports. I've been speaking. I've been doing public speaking since I was like 20. And at that point, it was like 2020, so 10 years. And I was like working, and I was like, you know what? I do want different. And I want to create a platform, and I want to create my own money, because at the time I was working for a company and nonprofit specifically. And I was like, what would it look like to have my own business and to make money outside of, doing that? Question. So somebody in the chat asked in particular, but what are the best ways to like how do you like pull women basically? Like what are the best ways to do that? What would you say? What's your advice? Be authentic. So the question is he said Latinas in particular, but like just gonna generalize it like for whatever. But the question is, what is the best way to attract women? And you're saying be authentic. So what? Be clear about what you want. Make sure you're ready. Be authentic. Be clear about what you want. Make sure you're ready. Don't be a dirtbag. Do you care if somebody's passionate or not? Be passionate about the right things. Morals and values have to align. Okay. Is height important? Depends on the person. Okay, depends on the person. Bad boy, smart, books. All depends on the person. But be authentic and your morals and your values. So there you go. Best country you've been to? Italy? I guess Italy. Country you want to go to? Croatia. Yeah, I mean, people concerned about like being tall and handsome, but like, yeah, I feel like you can make up for that in certain ways. Mm-hmm. Everyone has different tastes, you all. Thank you. So yeah, man, you know. All right, y'all. It's been 4 hours, 5,200 people in here. This has been a great stream. I have to go eat. Chad is eating. I haven't eaten. But there's 5,200 people in here. We got on here for free agency. It ended up going all over the place. If there's something big that happens, then we'll jump back on. Yeah, I still think the West is better than the East to get to some of these. Yeah, Serbian food, Japanese food, can't wait. So yeah, but y'all know what time it is, y'all. I'll be back here ASAP. This is insane, y'all. I love y'all. Best community there. That's how it is. 4 hours. See you soon.